Running. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. The meeting of the Delta Stewardship Council is called to order for purposes of establishing a quorum. We'll take a roll, starting with Ms. Gray.
Present.
Fiorini present.
Eisenberg present.
Natoli present.
Mr. Johnston is somewhere on his way here. We had an earlier morning meeting, so he's somewhere. Felicia Marcus sent an email. She's got car trouble. I told her that she had to drive a respectable 55 miles an hour no matter what. She'll be here as soon as she can. And as you probably know, Mr. Mr. Nordhoff is recovering from joint surgery, 2 knees, I believe, and he is, by repute, not a happy camper. Being laid up, but he's unable to travel this month anyway. And we send him our best wishes for a prompt recovery. Okay, we have a quorum. Let me just make a couple of announcements. First, Mr. Koutras had mentioned to me and to Mr. Fiorini a matter that grew out of our early actions committee hearings that you may remember, the various meetings we held, and then you ratified the action. One issue that might have come up this month or in January was going to be the idea that the state ought to cooperate with the locals on establishing piles of repair rocks and other machinery and equipment around the Delta for ordinary as opposed to just catastrophic activities. Mr. Fiorini and I were interested in that, but asked that they put together a comprehensive proposal. The thought was that hopefully they could have gotten it done by December or early January. It's going to take a little bit longer than that. Mr. Koutras said maybe by March we'll have a status report and maybe a hearing on that. And I just wanted to clarify that, and if the minutes would reflect that, that would be appreciated. Also, members and introductions. Some of you haven't met him, but sitting in the back pretending to look innocent is Aaron Farber. Stand up, Mr. Farber. Mr. Farber is our executive fellow for this year as part of a competition. He has been working now, is this the second week? I think it's the second week. And we have been abusing him substantially with work and assignments, and all in all, I think he's actually having a good time. Mr. Fiorini exposed him to hardcore water politics in a tour, and his education is going apace. He's a UCLA grad. Family raised him in Sacramento, although I guess your dad's parents are off in Vermont. That's right. Very often Vermont. And he is up here for the fellowship, and hopefully at the break he'll say hello to the members he has not yet met, and you will see a lot of them in the weeks to come. Okay, let's see. Oh, nobody's interested in this, but there was a minor release of information yesterday about BDCP. Nothing controversial. No, we'll hear about that later. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, the new administration takes office. Is it the 3rd of January? I believe it's the 3rd. And every 3 minutes, I received calls, as Mr. Fiorini and others do, for the latest report on who's going to be appointed to what. And the best I can say is, who the hell knows? It's all rumor mongering anyway, and it'll all happen in due course and due time. That's what we got now. Mr. Grindstaff, the Executive Officer's Report, item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Johnston's here.
Very good. Kurt Miller will make the legislative report, and then Chris will handle the legal, and then I'll cover the other things.
Mr. Miller.
Would you turn on your microphone?
Now we can say greetings, council members. Very short report today. I just wanted to highlight one piece of legislation that's been introduced since we last met. SB 34 by Senator Simidian proposes to establish the intent of the legislature to establish a fee structure for costs of public benefits of water infrastructure projects, including wastewater, storage, conveyance, and all those types of things. There are no policy provisions yet in the bill, but there will be sooner or later. They are in tandem with our efforts to develop a finance plan for the Delta plan, and I think we'll be doing some back and forth with them on on substance for their bill and policy matters to include in our Delta plan and the finance portion of that plan. So we'll see how that fleshes out. I think the only thing else I want to say is the budget will be out the 10th of January per statute, and the governor-elect has indicated he'd like to have a budget adopted by March 11th. So there's your timeline. In case
I
anybody
recall
asks you.
Governor Schwarzenegger and Governor Davis and Governor Wilson and Governor Duke Majan in recent decades have all expressed the optimism that an early budget could be adopted. Has the legislature ever complied with that in your memory?
Not that I know of. Not for a full year annual budget. They've done, of course, mid-year corrections recently, but this would be a groundbreaking event if it occurs. I'd be happy to take any questions or other
One thing that would
items.
be appreciated when the budget comes out, of course, there's the governor's press release and so on, but I think council members might appreciate it if you would go into the guts of the budget and the sections that would deal with us and the other resources stuff and just ship the details to them as they become available.
Be glad to. I'd like to do that for all of our cooperating agencies and do some sort of a summation of fund sources and expenditures.
Fine.
And give a sort of a lay of the land, maybe a year-to-year briefly comparison, just so they get a sense of where we're headed fiscally. And also, by the time we meet next, we'll have a more bills introduced on matters of interest to the council, and you will begin to see again the summary sheets in your packets when we meet again in January.
Okay.
So be glad to do that.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Miller? No. Mr. Miller, thank you. Ms. Stevens, what's up with the law here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you alluded to the fact that we had some action on the BDCP, some very interesting documents that we'll talk about later on. We also had some action in several of the big court cases, or at least a decision in the consolidated Delta Smelt cases out of Judge Wanger's court in Fresno. And as a matter of fact, today and tomorrow there'll be oral arguments in the consolidated salmon cases. You may have seen some of the press clippings with regard to the Smelt decision. It was, I believe, 225 pages long.
Right.
But what I did is I invited, and I'd asked them to come forward now, DWR's Chief Counsel Kathy Crothers and Senior Staff Counsel Michelle Morrow, I believe, is going to join Kathy.
Ms. Crothers, Ms. Morrow.
They're just going to give us a real brief update on what the Smelt decision says, what perhaps the implications are.
Why don't you just sit at the table? It's easier for you.
Yeah, the table's fine.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to thank them first off. I mean, this is on
Right.
real short notice, and we really appreciate them making the trek out here.
Also, at the base of the microphone where my thumb is showing is a little button, and you know you're on if there's a red light on the back of your microphone. There is on yours, but okay, there you go.
Well, good morning. Thank
Good morning.
you. My name is Kathy Crothers. I'm the acting chief counsel at the Department of Water Resources. And on December 14th, 2 days ago now, Judge Wanger issued his lengthy opinion, which he always has lengthy opinions in these matters.
You're not accusing him of being prolix, are you?
No.
Okay.
But we've seen several of these opinions now regarding the biological opinions that have been issued for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations in the Delta. That's where the water projects pump their water from north to south. And it's been the subject of a lot of controversy, and I just thought maybe I'd give you just a really brief background about the prior cases. Back in 2005, Fish and Wildlife Service issued a biological opinion. I might say, though, original opinions on the Delta Smelt, which was listed in 1990, around 1993, I believe. We've had biological opinions from Fish and Wildlife Service since the 90s.
How many different opinions over the years?
Well, I think the 2005 was maybe the second or third opinion, because I know we had one in 93. I'm not sure if we had a second one in the 90s, but then 2005 was the opinion that resulted from a redoing of the original opinion. And so that opinion was issued in 2005, and then soon thereafter, there was litigation brought by the environmental groups claiming that the opinion did not do enough to protect the Delta smelt. So that opinion was remanded back, and Judge Wanger issued his decision in 2007, agreeing that the opinion needed to address some issues related to I think there was some issues related to the take and habitat and climate change. And so the Fish and Wildlife Service took the opinion and redid it and issued it in December 15th, 2008. Then in 2009, early in 2009, around March 2009, the water contractors challenged this new opinion for saying it was flawed related to the underlying science, that that Fish and Wildlife Service failed to use the best available science, which is the standard in the ESA. So much of the opinion revolved around what was the best available science, and did Fish and Wildlife Service use it correctly? Did they rely upon the correct science? And it's very science driven. And that's partly why maybe it's so lengthy, but the record was huge. And then in July of 2010, this year, they had a hearing on the merits. And under the ESA, the challenges in ESA are guided under the Administrative Procedure Act. They're hearings based on the records, and the standard of review is arbitrary and capricious. So in July, they had a hearing that actually had some evidentiary components. Because of the technical nature of it, Judge Wanger asked for expert consultants for him. These experts in DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation provided experts related to project operations. So that was part of this case. The case involved basically really 6 cases that were filed by water contractors, and DWR filed the complaint on its own. And these 6 cases were consolidated and became known as the Delta Smelt cases. I might just briefly mention the components of these biological opinions to give you a little bit of an idea of what the operational challenges were. These are challenges to the operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And they relate to impacts on Delta smelt. So the biological opinion that was being challenged, it had 5 components. The first 3, which had 4 actions, they related to operations. There were 2 components related to habitat restoration and reporting and monitoring. They really weren't subject of the opinion, of the challenges.
So a portion of the biological opinions were not challenged in court, and those related to what general subject areas?
Well, the monitoring and reporting requirements under the opinion.
The restoration wasn't challenged.
There is a component requiring restoration 8,000 acres for Delta smelt benefits, and that wasn't challenged. So these challenges are related to the operational impacts on the projects. The impacts are such that based on certain triggers where Delta smelt are moving, Delta smelt are a 1-year life cycle fish. When the adults start migrating into the Delta in December and January, there was some protections. Then in generally around winter to early spring, there are protections for adults that are spawning. Then we go into protections for the larvae and the young that are rearing, and the protections end around June 30th. So from mid-December to June 30th, there are all these operational constraints that Fish and Wildlife Service felt were necessary to protect the species. So I might want to put aside one claim. One claim was about requirements to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. So that was a claim that was brought early on in the case, and Judge Wanger ruled on that. And his ruling was, yes, the Bureau of Reclamation must comply with NEPA in this biological opinion because of the impacts to water supply and environmental consequences. That issue was kind of revisited in this opinion, and there is a portion of the opinion that deals with NEPA, but the end of the decision basically keeps in place the November 2009 Wanger ruling that, yes, Bureau of Reclamation has to comply with NEPA related to this next opinion that will be issued when Fish and Wildlife Service redoes the opinion, because overall that was the ultimate decision. Judge Wanger said Fish and Wildlife Service needs to go back and reanalyze certain parts of the decision. It's a remand to Fish and Wildlife Service. There were, I'll just have to look at my notes here because there's a lot of things here. Parts of it that Fish and Wildlife Service did find were appropriate, that Fish and Wildlife Service found that they did appropriately use entrainment as a basis for determining whether there was jeopardy to delta smelt. So entrainment means that the fish that are pumped at the delta and are entrained didn't die. So that was an appropriate measure for Fish and Wildlife Service to use in determining whether jeopardy occurred. He also found it was appropriate for Fish and Wildlife Service to base their conclusion on the 2008 scientific studies that were used to predict entrainment. And you have to keep in mind there were many, many scientific studies brought into this case, and you in your area may have actually been looking at some of these very same studies. So the opinion may be worth reading to get an insight in all these different studies by the scientists. He also said that that Fish and Wildlife Service, let me see, I'll get this right. Oh, the Fish and Wildlife Service did not have to look at scientific studies that were not available to it at the time of writing the decision. So, you know, that was in Fish and Wildlife Service favor. They did that
I thought
correctly.
you said the evidentiary hearing was restricted to the record before, and wouldn't that imply that only the matters that were in the record would be considered?
That would seem to be a logical conclusion, yes. This
So-
is maybe a reassertion of that to make it clear. There was some question about whether there should have been a quantitative life cycle model used by Fish and Wildlife Service, and there hadn't been one, although the Wanger criticized Fish and Wildlife Service greatly for not developing a quantitative life cycle model on Fish and Wildlife Service.
Was an alternative presented during the hearings to Fish and Wildlife Service on that kind of methodology?
There was, but it wasn't.
Identify yourself for the record. And
My name's Michelle Marr. I'm Senior Staff Counsel with Department of Water Resources. There was a lot of testimony with regards to contractors, experts, that a life cycle model could have been developed, but there was not one available during the time of the biological opinion. But they did have an expert testify to the court that based on a simplified life cycle model, that conclusions could have been made, and actually presented some conclusions, I believe, to the court. And it goes into it in the decision, but it wasn't accepted by the court.
does Judge Wager's opinion say that any suggested model that might be developed must be developed? Is that what his opinion says?
No, I don't believe he says that.
No, I don't think so. But in the remand, when Fish and Wildlife Service does their analysis, they may...
Well, sure, because the analysis is a review of the literature and the science available at the time of the analysis, right? They don't go back and just redo using the science they used 2 years ago, or do they?
Well, I think that may be up to them, their discretion on how they look at what Wanger has told they must look at, but they still have their discretion, you know, as the agency, the expert in the area. So I know I can't say it's a black and white thing. I think they just have to go back and redo their work, maybe justify it better in some cases, maybe change their decisions in some cases. You know, some of this maybe they just have to go back and show their work better.
I didn't read the entire opinion, but I did read the last 13 pages or whatever the findings were, the conclusions. And it was unclear to me whether the judge had essentially forced a reopening of the process to allow assertions, claims, scientific studies that came in after the record had been closed to essentially be imposed in the new process. And if that were the case, that would be a very dramatic departure from the usual rules, as I understand them, on administrative law. I may have been wrong, and it was an impression only. Do you guys have a sense of it?
I'm not quite sure I understand. Because when they do the remand, they will then now have a whole new record.
Oh, I got that.
Oh, okay.
I got that.
Yeah.
But the grounds for setting aside is usually based on the inadequacy of the information in the existing record, or the negligence or failure to exercise due diligence in accumulating information that was available to them and should have been used. But this one seemed to me to jump between information that they had and information they might have had if they'd been really careful about it. And I was puzzled trying to figure out what a rule would be that DWR and all state agencies and all federal agencies now have to comply with.
Well, I don't know. I was going to give this example related to the modeling, and maybe Michelle can add to this. But there was a DWR. We provided expert testimony related to the appropriate modeling to be used. It's CalSim is a model that helps analyze and predicts flow of water and allocation of water. So as a CalSim model is a model that DWR is very familiar with.
That's CalSim 2 or whatever it is?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
okay.
So in related to the use of the modeling, the Judge Wanger felt that Fish and Wildlife Service failed to use the best available science because of the way they use the information. And so there's information out there, and there's a lot of information out there, and partly the problem is how you use it, which information you use at the time of trying to make these analyses. And Fish and Wildlife Service thought they used what they felt was the appropriate. They used some actual data information because they felt that was appropriate. But at the end of the day, DWR said, well, no, you should have done it this way. This would have been more within the standards of what is used in the modeling world. This is how, if you were a modeler, you would have done it. And Fish and Wildlife Service didn't do it that way. So in that case, there's information there. It's more of a matter of how they used it. Mm-hmm. Does that help?
Sort of.
Well, I think the only other thing that I could add is the record was augmented, and there was information brought into the hearing that they could look at closer or they can look at differently. So I think that the wealth of information available to Fish and Wildlife Services is now in the record, and maybe tying it together in another opinion would be.
Just in skimming through the last 13 pages on the actual decision, there were a bunch of things, some procedural, some substantive, where the judge did not agree with either DWR or the complaining parties. And with regard to those items, and in particular with regard to the portions of the biological opinions that were not subject to the litigation, is it your opinion that the BOs stand when they were not litigated, and the issues the judge turned down does it continue, or do we continue to argue about this in different venues?
Well, we've been through this process before, in 2008 and 2000, where the judge found that the opinion was invalid, and he remanded it. And so what will happen January 4th, he's already, scheduled a hearing for determining what to do further on the proceeding. We're not sure what that will be, but there is that problem of how do you continue operating when he's found all these flaws in the existing opinion,
right,
and in some of the parts of the opinion actually that haven't really been litigated. So, in answer to your question, I think I would rather just wait and see what comes out of that hearing. I'm not going to try to guess, but it could be that we'll have. Judge Wanger will ask the parties to go and come back to him with some offered operations that can be done until the next opinion is issued to address all of the concerns he's raised. So that's what we did before. We had what we call an interim remedies hearing, and during that time we developed operations that could be done during the interim that the parties felt were still protective of the species. As to the other matters, I think they do just stand, but I think I'll just kind of wait and see how the next decision comes out before I say that for sure.
Okay. Ms. Fiorini? No?
Some of the issues that Judge Wanger did find that were inappropriately analyzed by Fish and Wildlife Service in the opinion, and he specifically remanded those to Fish and Wildlife Service. They dealt with the location of the X2 standard that is to be imposed from December, September, I forgot when X2 is this.
In the fall measure.
Yeah, the fall measure, it begins sometimes in December. It's not applicable this year in any case, but he raised that Fish and Wildlife Service really didn't have a good justification for this location of X2, and that has to be redone and remanded back. Also, the incidental take statement, the manner in which the incidental take statement was calculated in the opinion was found to be flawed. There were some errors in that, and that has to be redone. And there was a lot of discussion, as we already mentioned, about the modeling analysis. That will affect some of the effects analysis. There's also a lot of discussion about what other stressors effects are, or what the project effects are on other stressors, and the meaning of that in terms of the decision. And so the relationship to the project's operations and stressors in the delta has to be looked at and reanalyzed also. I think those are the major areas, and unless you have some other questions.
In the constant search for a resolution to these intractable issues, this opinion would rate how high on the scale of absolute certainty? No, don't answer. Hard to avoid the conclusion from your historical discussion that the process is this endlessly convoluted game where one side sues, then a decision gets revised, the other side sues, then the decision gets revised, another party comes in and sues again, and we spend all of our lives in and around court. It is the rough equivalent of the only management system of California's water supply that currently exists.
Well, just to add a fine point that Judge Wanger has consistently made a point in his voluminous decisions that it shouldn't really be the role of the judge to be minutely managing the state's water system, and that the role really is.
One would think that a 230-page decision might not
he takes
support
some kind
that
of sadistic
assertion.
pleasure in putting graphs and numbers and all, but it really is the role of the legislature and the public policymakers to get together and figure out a solution
that no one will challenge.
Well, he doesn't say that. The water wars, he acknowledges that they're there and will continue, but I think the ball is in our court.
Got it. Ladies, thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. And thank you for coming on short notice.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, the next item is a follow-up from last month's meeting where you asked that we have a draft letter to Secretary Snow asking that.
Yeah, members, this is file item 4B, attachment number 1 in your binder. I did have one change that I'd want to at least have you consider, Mr. Grindstaff, to the letter. In the opening paragraph, you're trying to wend your way between taking a position on an issue about which we know not a whole lot at the present time and urging collaboration on the part of other agencies, and I appreciate that, and that's my position too. But the phrase, and to encourage continued participation in the BDCP planning process, seems to me to be a red flag in the sense that you are implying by that encourage continued participation that Yolo County is in fact officially participating. And I think they would find that to be an over-assertion of their status.
So would you like a period to go after habitat restoration options?
Well, restoration options, comma, relative to the Bay Delta Conservation Planning process probably is a more adequate description. Mr. Natoli may know better than that, but I find that all the counties bristle. Well, Delta counties bristle when they're associated with BDCP directly or indirectly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the observation and comments by the chair as to how the sentence should be constructed following restoration options. I think, if you're trying to allude that there is an ongoing process, but I think Yolo County would be joined by 4 other Delta counties and probably a number of other folks in, making the statement, and we have consistently that we've not been at the table in that process. We sort of
Good
had conversations. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. Anything else from members? All right. We had already directed Mr. Grindstaff to send this out, so with that one notation and editing that he will do, any objection? Okay. Go ahead. What's next, Mr. Grindstaff?
Yes, last month we brought to you, and you approved a motion for me to move ahead with contract task orders. I just want to, and we're coming back today to ask.
This is item 4C, members, item 4C.
And we're asking for ratification of the actions that I took. I want to kind of describe where we're at on the Delta Plan contract in general. As you'll recall, at our first or second meeting back in April, we actually approved a contract with CH2M Hill for the development of the Delta Plan and the associated EIR. And at that time, we only had $2.8 million. We approved a contract for $9.5 million, but we actually only had $2.8 million, so we approved task orders up to $2.8 million. We then waited for the state's budget, which came in late, so we came to the point where we were actually stopping some work because we ran out of the $2.8 million in some areas. And we were at the point last month where we needed to actually get task orders done. To complicate that matter, we had when we first awarded the contract, done it using DWR as the contracting agency. And that was controversial, something that the council directed the staff correct as soon as possible. To get that corrected, we had to wait for the legislature to approve the budget. So the legislature approved the budget, did an interagency agreement, which requires approval by the Department of General Services to transfer the money for the Delta Plan, which was in the budget, to the council. And then we're able, as a council, to transfer the contract over and issue new task orders. So, I'm sorry, this sounds more complex than I wanted to sound.
Well, we originally started the process with a multi-year budget figure overall of whatever it was, $16 million, right?
That's correct.
All the money you're talking about is within that figure. Is that correct?
It's all within that, and it's all within the $9.5 million that you approved back in April for the contract. But we were in the process of issuing task orders so that they could say this is exactly where that money is going to be spent. And before we issued the task orders, we needed to have funding from the legislature and to have that money actually on the books that we could spend. So we're asking for your ratification of all of that. In addition to that, we actually show some items that have not yet been contracted for, because I wanted you to have a full picture of this.
Let's first look at attachment. This is 4C Attachment 1.
Attachment 1, yes.
Titled Task Orders for Delta Plan Contracts. There are 27 task orders mentioned. The first 7 are grouped together, and my understanding these were the 7 task orders where when DWR was still managing the funds, we ran the task orders through them, and that was for the last fiscal year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Any question, members, on these additional task orders 8 through 27? They're not numerically in sequence. Ms. Gray.
Yes, thank you. I have a question on tasks 12 and 13. Have we started our scoping meetings? I believe the chair had said we have some scheduled in January, but what's the total number and kind of where we are on that?
The total number of scoping meetings is 7.
In January.
In January. They will all be in January, and they will be located around the state. So, and we are, part of the expense there is we actually have to have somebody come in and take down everything specifically that people say. We have to document all of that as part of the process, and we have to have people travel to and from the scoping meetings. They are scheduled as part of the NOP that you approved last month in Los Angeles, Merced, Eric's looking at me, mouthing the word. So Merced, and
You've got one in Stockton, you've got one in the Delta, you've got one...
one in Sacramento, and one in Chico. And in...
Mr. Nickel, why don't you come forward and just tell us where...
I think Joe's got it.
Oh, okay.
So we have those meetings scheduled, and hopefully they will work out and we will get really good response from people.
Is that the total number of scoping meetings for the entire formation of the plan, just the 7 in January?
Yes. What happens is we have scoping meetings on the environmental document that we do in January at the beginning of the process. We then, in February, plan to release a first draft of the Delta Plan, and this is in the schedule later on when we talk about the Delta Plan. And we then start meeting 4 days a month from the end of February until the end of May, and we actually go through 4 iterations of a draft plan during that time period. At the end of May, we approve a draft that goes formally for public comment along with the draft EIR, and we have 45-day formal public comment period. Then we come back with all of those comments, and we will have at least one hearing. The council may decide...
We'll have more hearings than that.
We'll have more hearings than that, but the council, at council meetings, are likely to have 3 additional drafts of a final Delta Plan. So you get the first draft, a second draft, and then a final plan that you adopt in November according to the schedule.
Yeah.
And one of the things we'll probably want to consider as we're doing this is whether the meetings that we have after we have a draft plan, maybe we should not have those meetings, not just here in the Delta, but actually have one in Southern California and one...
Members, by the way, the agenda item 9, attachment 5, is the schedule that's been prepared by Ms. Buckles and CH2M Hill, if you want to refer to it.
Okay.
So my expectation is we will have more public meetings than we can handle easily. But we.
What is Task Order 13? What specifically will you do there?
I think I should bring up Keith Coolidge to talk about Task Order 13.
Mr. Chair, just while Keith's coming up, could I just, back to Gloria's earlier question, so have we got the dates set for the scoping sessions? Because we need to have those as soon as possible. I mean, we're, again, I know with the holidays, and if you're still trying to locate,
we do have those set, and
we need to get those up as quickly as possible. Again, just as one council member.
Terry, do you have the dates there with you? The scoping meetings?
The dates on the scoping.
Let's do this. Somebody call back to the office, get the date on the scoping meeting. I thought we'd sent out a notice already.
I have them.
Okay.
Our legal counsel.
It was in the notice of preparation that we approved at the last meeting. Okay, Joe's got them.
They are January 18th at the South Coast Air Management District in Diamond Bar. They are January 19th in Merced, January 20th in the Concord Senior Center, January 24th in the Resources Building Auditorium, January 24th, Clarksburg Middle School, January 25th, San Joaquin County Agricultural Center, and January 26th, the Dorothy F. Johnson Center in Chico.
Do we have that information, the dates in our packet, or is it new, the actual dates? Can we get it? I'm just asking.
Yes, you did get it in the past, but I will make sure we get another copy so you all have that in front of you.
Thank you.
Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just on that, though, and I think that part of the NOP, that's what it attaches to, but I do think maybe get that broadcast on the website and out there so that people, if they're looking to schedule that, again, if it got buried in the NOP, then that's where it was at, but I'm trying to attend some of those sessions.
Yes.
Get on the calendar. Okay,
if I may, it is on the website. There is a flyer in production that will be sent later this week to all of our email lists.
Okay.
Media
including council members, hopefully.
Including council members who have all signed up for the email list.
Well, and that is part of the communications plan, which was Director Gray's question. So I think I'll defer to Keith to answer what's...
Task Order 13.
Task Order 13 is the implementation of the communications plan that was brought to you a couple of months ago in your packet. It involves all of the collateral materials for the Delta Stewardship Council, media relations, all of the...
And website, too.
All of the actions that we need to take in support of an open and transparent process on the Delta plan.
Okay. Just one last question. Thank you, Keith. The total task order is $9 million. It's over $9 million. I mean, it's for CH2M. It's $408,000. But when I look at the other attachment, you have $500,000. What's the difference? Why are these two numbers kind of different? Or am I looking at it wrong, Joe?
So we had an original contract for $9.5 million with CH2M Hill. We have issued task orders for $9.4 million. So we still have the ability in the contract, if we chose to issue another task order for the remaining money.
Money, okay.
So we just have not given them authorization to proceed on any tasks
the total, okay.
to use the rest of the contract money.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just on the task orders, you say 1 through 27. I see 1 through 7, and then, but I don't see 18, 19, and some of the 20s. Where
what happened is we had draft task orders that were proposed and rejected for one reason or another. I mean, one of the things that happened is people came in with ideas that cost more money than we had. And so part of our task is to say, hey, we have a budget, we have $9.5 million maximum, we're going to figure out what are the critical things we get done. And so those represent draft task orders that were prepared but never
awarded. Okay. Just back real quickly to the scoping session. So in setting those, did we coordinate as best we could? Because I see some potential conflict with the Delta Protection Commission hearing, if I'm not mistaken, on the 24th. You're going to have a scoping session in Clarksburg, and again, I know we worked around our timelines and Stewardship Council. I guess I would ask staff when we're looking at that to look at those conflicts, because you're having them in the Delta that evening, and I think if the 24th, is that the Thursday?
Yeah, I think we actually deliberately scheduled it in a way so that it would not conflict with DPC, and they thought about that. And
okay, so again, I don't have the other calendar in front of me, so that's good. I appreciate that if you give that thought.
I think they actually talked to Mike Machado about, here's when your meeting's going to be. Let's have this meeting so that people can make it to both of them.
Very good. Well, I appreciate that, Joe. I didn't have the other calendar. Thank you much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Other questions on these from council members? Okay, let's get anyone in the audience like to speak on this issue. Let's first direct it to attachment 4C, agenda item 4C, attachment 1, the task orders we've been talking about. Anyone in the audience? Okay, no testimony. Pleasure of the council. We should ratify this, I think, to clarify it. At least I'd recommend that. Mr. Fiorini?
I'll move that we ratify, and I believe it's task orders 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 20, 26, and 27.
Yeah, the ones only listed on this sheet of paper.
Task orders 1 through 7 have already been approved.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
You're correct.
Okay. All right, there's a motion second. Ms. Gray, okay, discussion. Let's do the roll call, starting with Mr. Johnston.
Johnston, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Natoli, aye.
Okay, we've got 5-0 on that one. Okay, now let's go to attachment 2. Mr. Grindstaff, you alluded to this, but let's talk about these items. There's even a receivable down here, which is just the bookkeeping exchange.
It is. And this item does not, I believe, require ratification.
Okay.
But just what I wanted to do was give you a full picture of what's happening with this. So that's why we have, under the Delta plan, we have 4 potential contracts. We have CH2M Hill, which was the $9.5 million that we talked about before. We have Inland Empire Utilities Agency, where that's a personnel matter, and it has not been consummated as something we were contemplating, so we wanted to show you the budget, if you will, for that item. The second item is the Department of Parks and Recreation. As you'll recall, in the legislation, it actually requires the Department of Parks and Recreation to develop a proposal which we are supposed to consider in the development of the Delta Plan, and we did an agreement with them to actually provide them some money so they could actually give us something that meets the requirements of the legislation. The third item is Arcadis. As you recall, during the process, there was the determination of the council that we needed an independent consultant to help us to evaluate BDCP. And the way we did that, because we had no other contracting mechanism at the beginning, is we actually contracted that through CH2M Hill. That raised eyebrows because CH2M Hill has done some work on BDCP, and now that we have the ability to contract independently and the money has been transferred over to the council, it's our desire to do an independent contract separate, and that's how we would have done it originally if we could have done it back then. So this is our intent, to have the contract with Arcadis move independent of the contract with CH2M Hill. So that's why that's shown there. And then you see at the bottom the CH2M Hill, a $9.5 million contract. And then the last is the transfer of funding from the Department of Water Resources to the Delta Stewardship Council, which, as I said, required an interagency agreement and approval of DGS, and was actually part of the legislature's direction as part of the budget. So we just had to do the administrative work to see that took place. Okay. So that's what this page is. It gives you a total kind of summary.
And there's no need for action on this page?
There's no need for action on this page, but we wanted you to know we had, we could have shown this, we had last year before we started $2.8 million. So you add that $2.8 million to the $14 million, and that's the total amount of funds that are available. To this point, our expected expenditures are significantly less than that. I would anticipate there may be other things as we get to Delta Plan implementation, things that we need to do before the end of the year. I'll give an example. As we develop performance measures, we will need to have an appropriate means of demonstrating those, and so we'll want to perhaps have a software program that the technicians call it a dashboard that shows that. So I'd anticipate we'll probably, in a few months, as we actually know more about what the Delta Plan is going to contain, come back and say, as part of Delta Plan, we need to do this work.
Okay. Mr. Koutras, I haven't seen your blue slip yet. Did you wish to speak on this item? No? Okay. All right, members, you've been handed now a copy of the Notice of Preparation Summary document that we referenced earlier, and you saw in a slightly different form last month when we adopted the NOP. Okay. All right. Anyone in the audience like to talk to this Attachment 2? Attachment 2, no actions called for at the present time, but anyone wish to talk? No one wishes to talk. Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, you're now down to item 4D.
Yes. Item 4D is we actually want to get approval for funding the next class of Delta Science Fellows in the amount of $1 million. And although it's not required here, again, as part of just transparency what's going on, we'd like to also get approval for the continuation of the contract on the Watershed Science Online Journal, which the agency sponsors.
Okay. So as I understand it, way back when there was still a CalFed Bay Delta, you guys started some kind of a process with the California Sea Grant on fellowships, right?
That's correct.
And that's continued. When did it start? 2003, I guess, huh?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And this, this action simply continues that practice for this next year through mid-2012.
That's correct.
Okay. And the Sea Grant, who are the Sea Grant fellows?
I'm going to have to ask Lauren Hastings
here's
to
Ms.
come
Hastings.
up and explain this.
Dr. Hastings?
And undoubtedly, she's going to correct some way that I characterized this. I'm sure I did something wrong. No? I'm shocked.
Well, no other than we are, the amendment that we're requesting to the existing contract adds sufficient funding for the next class. We actually have a little bit of, we've had some economies and have some money left over, and so we're basically leveraging that to fund another class. So that's the only minor correction.
Okay.
But yes, 2003, and we've funded 5 classes of fellows since then, working with California Sea Grant.
And they actually do science for us.
Yeah, one of the, if I can mention a few of the highlights, basically this is an opportunity to train the next generation of young scientists, and it funds both graduate students and postdocs, and they get by with very little funding, and we get a lot of bang for the buck out of these. So we think this is a highly successful program, and they are required to work with not just an academic mentor, their university professor, they're also required to work with what's called a community mentor, which in our case means someone from one of the agencies. So these are very focused research projects, 2-year projects. The students are quite enthusiastic and active, and we interact with them quite a bit. Our IEP lead scientist, Anke Mueller-Solger, has actually served as a community mentor for many of these scientists, and they've been working on things like the ammonium issue, working on delta smelt issues, where they live, food web, a lot of the really critical topics. And many of them have now graduated and are staying in the system, continuing to work on these high priority topics.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, on the other topic, it relates to the contract with UCD for publication.
Sure.
Lauren, I didn't want to get off to fellows if there's any other questions, but I guess certainly plead a little ignorance here relative to the extent of what's comprised in the journal, but when I see adding $250,000 to a $475,000 contract for what will be 2 to 4 issues per year over an 18-month period, an online, again, peer-reviewed journal, I understand there's, editing, but basically this is for editing and publishing. So basically you have people submitting information to, be encoded or encrypted, however it is, to put on the website. But for $250,000 in addition to $475,000 already, I guess if you could take just a moment, you bring me up to speed as to what goes into that and how extensive that is, because that sounds like a lot of money.
Well, basically, the online journal, we do subsidize this journal, so that's what we're paying for. And the reason we do that is it's online, it's free. So there are no subscription costs at all, unlike most scientific journals that can charge some quite hefty annual subscriptions. We don't want there to be any limitations for people to get this information. We also get very quick turnaround of information, which is another one of our goals. So as soon as scientists have completed their work, and we encourage them to write it up and submit to this venue because it's online, they're able to turn this around very quickly and get the information out. And I can highlight some of the papers that have been published. I probably in the staff report should have put 4. We've had 4 issues per year.
Okay.
We've had such interest in the journal that they are stacked up with potential papers that are in the queue just waiting to be published. And just recently the journal has reached the status of being indexed in major search engines for scientific journals, which means we've reached an even larger audience. And what was required was this regular issuing of the publication, which they've now reach. So
Are we the sole support for this? Because it's $725,000 basically over about a little more than a 2-year period. I don't know what we entered
Well,
into.
it's-
Well,
yeah,
this is a year and a half.
let me
This
make
is-
sure I have my dates correct.
This is from January 31st.
Oh, what I don't have on here,
Okay.
because this is an amendment to, or
Yeah,
do
to
I have
existing
it?
contract of
It's an amendment
$475.
to an existing agreement, which was a 3-year agreement.
Okay.
And so the
That wasn't clear.
475 was for the first 3 years.
All right.
So it's, the costs per year have gone up slightly. There are also, some of the costs is we've now had requests for special issues, which requires paying for some, they're going to subcontract to some additional editors. For example, they're planning for 2 special issues on these DRERIP models. You probably, Phil's smiling because
In
he's
English,
heard this
please, Mr.
term. Yes, Delta Regional Ecosystem Restoration Implementation Plan is what DRERIP stands for, and that effort has resulted in numerous conceptual models of how the Bay Delta system works, species models and ecosystem models, and we've been encouraging the authors of those models to get them published in a peer-reviewed journal, because that's the status that we see for best available science. These models are currently being used in the BDCP, Bay Delta Conservation Planning process, and so our editors at the online journal have agreed to get 2 special issues published. So there are some additional costs, and again, we are subsidizing that.
But are we the sole support for this then? Is that, I mean, basically
Yes.
this wouldn't exist if the...
Correct. That is correct.
So no one else puts any money towards it? I understand the free part of that. That's important, and
Right.
that's how you subsidize it. But there's no other support from the university for this, or
Other than their allowance for their staff to participate in this effort.
okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Mr. Fiorini.
I'm convinced that this is a nice-to-do project, but I'm not convinced it's a need-to-do. If we're the sole funder of, I'll just take the contract with UCD, we should be entitled to a budget disclosing how the money is used.
Sure, we can provide that. Oh, absolutely.
I would...
Why don't we do this?
I
Let's
think
put
I
this
want
over.
to table this until next month.
Any problem with putting this over for a month?
The only problem is that it does expire in January of 2011, next month.
What day in January?
January 31st.
Well, that's after our meeting, right?
It is after your
Okay.
meeting.
I just
Mr.
ask-
Johnston, then Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray.
I had some of the same questions regarding the expenditure. I would suggest that when you bring information back, that you do kind of like a chart that shows what we're getting for $1 million, so we kind of look at that and break it out, exactly what it means, and even with the contract for UCD, because it does appear that it's a lot, especially for the UCD contract. And what are we getting? I know $1 million is the amendment to the already 7.2, but what are we getting for the $1 million amendment?
So it
Can
sounds
break it
like
out.
you're suggesting bring back budgets for both
Kind of like what
items.
Randy said.
And background
Yeah,
information.
what Randy said, an actual budget to show what we actually get for each
Okay,
amount,
okay.
what it is.
I can give you some examples today of some of the recent journal articles.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
No, I think we should wait and
Okay.
and
Put
do
it
that.
over.
Yeah,
the-
okay.
Member,
It's
I'm
just
sorry,
what-
Pat?
Yeah,
Okay.
when you're through, yeah.
I think we're, yes.
This is borrowed money. This is Proposition 50. This is under the rationale that we've all been operating on, that if you can plausibly link it to the basket of the water system in California, you can borrow money for 30 years to do an online publication or a scholarship program or any number of other contracts. So when we do the Delta plan and talk about financing, we ought to have a consideration of what are appropriate bond-related funding activities and what are not. Because there's been a lot of easy virtue in the legislature and the governor's office, and we are all enablers of that by spending borrowed money.
I think that's accurate. We will bring this back. I do want to say, I think that the online journal is critical, and so I look forward to actually bringing that back next month. Some of the stuff that we're doing with that journal would not happen otherwise, and without it, I don't think we'd be able to move ahead and get the things done that we need to do under the law. So I think it actually is a good thing to have a real thorough discussion of that.
This is the venue for providing best available science in support of the Delta Plan.
Well,
and it's also many of the papers that were supportive of the biological opinions have been or will be published here.
I guess the explanation is, for those of us who have not been around for a long time or are not intimately familiar with it, you cannot presume a level of knowledge on the value of this.
There's just one other comment. Joe mentioned it's critical. The journal is critical. I think that needs to be in that information you bring.
Exactly.
Why is it critical to the development of the plan?
My failure to adequately communicate with the council everything that needed to be communicated on this issue. So we'll do better next month.
Okay. Let's see. What's that? Number D. Sub D is off until the January meeting. Anything else, Mr. Grindstaff, in your report?
Nothing else.
Okay. Members, let's go to item number 5, please, which is approval of minutes at the prior meeting. You have them before you. Any comments or suggestions? Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just one, and since he's in the audience, on page 7 of 8.
Page 7 of 8.
Right, where it talked about public comment on agenda item 13, and it attributed to Mr. Koutras that he said he urged the council not to do a de novo review of the BDCP. I think it's quite to the contrary. That
it was to do.
To do, right. Yeah, so I wanted to be sure.
Delete the word not. Got that, ladies? Okay. Members, anything else? Okay, let me raise one. Page 4, please, in the middle of the page, the second full paragraph after discussion of each proposed early action. A vote was taken in the last sentence and the motion was passed. Normally we put in the vote tally. If you would add the vote tally, please, in the meeting, it would be appreciated. Okay, now let me see. Mr. Koutras, did we pick up the change you wanted to talk about? No. Mr. Koutras, you want to talk about the minutes? Which item are you talking about? Give us a page, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. It is. It is.
Thank you. It's on page 7. It's the same item that Councilmember Natoli mentioned. I will be submitting a letter and or an informal email just to correct, because this does not capture, if you'll recall, this discussion was, I raised concerns about the council's comments about being far too supportive of BDCP, or words to that effect. And I will submit something to you. Just need to know what the drop dead date is to do that.
All right, and that will go into our electronic record of public comments. Okay, thank you, Mr. Koutras. Okay, with the changes noted, is there a motion on the minutes? Mr. Johnston moved, Ms. Gray seconds. Discussion, starting with Mr. Johnson. Call the roll.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Totally aye.
Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, item number 6, the lead scientist report. Mr. Dom. We're actually going to talk about science instead of the process of science, right? Okay.
I thought it might be interesting, since climate and weather has been in the news very, very much here in the past few weeks, that maybe we talk a little bit about some of the things that are going on that affect our water supply, and some of the things that affect the biological communities of the Delta and San Francisco Bay. So what I'd like to do today is just spend a few minutes. I do have a few PowerPoint slides. Hopefully they will meet the approval of our chair, who does not particularly like them. But I think they would be helpful in providing a little bit of background information on three topics. I want to talk a little bit about what's known as the El Nino Southern Oscillation phenomena. It's what brings, in various phases of the phenomenon, brings the La Niñas and the El Niños that 30 or 40 years ago when I was in graduate school nobody knew about, and now everybody, I think, attributes almost all weather to El Nino or La Niña, probably in many cases inaccurately. Also, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is another climate indice that actually interacts with the El Nino system, and it's actually, I think, has some very important bearing on why it's been so damn wet here in Northern California here over the past few weeks. And then finally, there's a new paper that was just published by Jim Klern and his colleagues that I want to highlight on another indice that's used by the climatologists called the North Pacific Gyre Oscillation, which is proving to be very informative in understanding the waxing and waning of biological communities within the San Francisco Bay. And so I'd like to go through these three things, mostly just to give you some background information, also a little bit just to give you a little bit about, a little story about how this has impacted my career over the years. And so if I can make these things work. There we go.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting how sometimes in your life things just happen to you never would have predicted that actually end up becoming very important in what your future activities are. And one of these things happened to me back in the late 1970s when I was finishing up my doctoral thesis, and my advisor got a better job and left for greener pastures, and I was sort of left without an advisor. He opted to find me somebody that would provide some coverage while I was finishing up my writing. And the man he found to cover for me was a man that I became very close friends with, and he's deceased now. His name is Bill Quinn, or William Quinn. He was known back in those days in the 1970s as Mr. El Nino. He was one of the first oceanographers, atmospheric scientists to really delve deeply into what was going on relative to the ENSO phenomena and its effect on climate and precipitation patterns throughout the Pacific, and including teleconnections into this part of the United States. Interesting background, he was, during World War II, he was with the Allied troops in the Pacific, and his job was to basically predict weather, to basically make decisions as to when we would actually attack some of the Japanese-held islands. Very, I think, he talked to me a lot about it. It was very difficult, challenging, because there were some cases where they actually did some landings under very adverse weather conditions, and they lost a lot of men. And so he was very moved by that, and actually he was quite good at it. And one of the things that ended his military career, he was asked to be the chief climatologist for the Tokyo Weather Central, and he served in that role for a number of years post-World War II. Continued to be very fascinated by climate and weather in the Pacific, and actually went back and got his PhD at age 50, kind of not a particularly common way to go through your graduate career. His thesis was actually about solar radiation, climate, El Nino, La Nina, the ENSO phenomena in the Pacific. It wasn't really known very much about it at that time as those kinds of terminology. But he continued to focus on this in a research career that he then launched after the finishing of his PhD. And he was the very first scientist to actually, with advance notice, predict an El Nino back in the 1970s. And I was working with him in the late 1970s, and he was working on an interesting paper that took him 10 years to write. He translated documents from 5 different languages over the decadal period. He reconstructed 450 years of El Nino activity as reported in the Peru, Chile, Ecuadorian portion of South America. This became a citation classic, one of the most cited papers on this topic back they published in the 1980s. And when I was getting ready to leave and go to the University of New Mexico to start my academic career, he took me out to lunch and he told me, he said, you know, I've been looking at precipitation records in Southern California and in Phoenix and in Tucson. And, I think there's something there that this El Nino effect does really bring additional precipitation. And you ought to look at that. And so when I got to New Mexico, I actually got involved in a major research project to try to get some resources to actually sustain some long-term research. And this is just some diagrams from a very, very old proposal. Gives you an idea of how we put together proposals 25 years ago. But basically, a key centerpiece of that proposal was the suggestion that some of the climate variability that the southwestern United States sees is one of the reasons why we have such a heterogeneous and diverse flora and fauna in that part of the world. Chihuahuan Desert in the southern part of New Mexico, shortgrass prairie, Great Basin, pinyon juniper woodland. They all tend to intermingle in these areas where there's this pretty strong climate variability. And so one of the things that we suggested at that point in time is that this might then be related to these connections between what's actually going on in the Pacific Ocean. We actually went on to analyze a bunch of data which showed that, yeah, El Nino years are the years that we get good snowpack and we get a lot of water, and our water supply is much higher. And if you look at this diagram, right at the very bottom, you'll see that in this diagram we actually talked about something that we at that point in time called anti-El Nino, and that was basically the flip side of the El Nino. And these tended to be the years that we had very, very poor snowpack in the southwest United States. Well, the terminology anti-El Nino never caught on. The literal translation of Antichrist is probably not a good name for this. It's now called La Nina, and as you probably know, we are in the midst of a very strong La Nina as I speak. And one of the things that actually came as a very early byproduct of this recognition that there is this important connection between precipitation in the southwestern United States was actually some work that was highlighted as one of the top 100 discoveries that the National Science Foundation actually supported a few years back. And this was basically a study that was a byproduct actually of a human health issue. Back in the early 90s, a large number of mostly Native American men became ill in the spring and early summer with a hemorrhagic fever or what's later been called a hantavirus. There was a very high mortality in these. Most of these people were young men who were taking animals up to graze in the high country. And it was one of my colleagues, knowing that there was this interaction between climate and precipitation, linked that to the production of a lot of the grasses in these areas, which had a direct bearing on the populations of the deer mouse, which turned out to be the vector that was producing this health problem. And people were moving back up into their hogans in the high country, and they were actually sleeping in bedding where there was urine and from the animals, and they were breathing in, and that was the mechanism of its ingestion. So this interaction between climate, production, a mammalian host, and human health was actually a byproduct of our understanding of this link to the ENSO phenomena. So what's going on today in the Pacific? Well, first of all, I want to just make sure that you're familiar with the two phases of the ENSO phenomena, the El Nino and the La Nina. I think you all have heard a lot about this. This figure just basically shows you an example of one of the big El Ninos, the 97, 98 El Nino, and one of the strong La Ninas, the 89 La Nina. And just basically in the upper figures, you're seeing that when we have an El Nino, the tropical Pacific is warm, east to west. If you look on the diagram on the right, you can see that the tropical Pacific is warm in the west, but cool in the east. This is often presented in graphical figures as basically an anomaly. So they take the long-term average and they subtract that away, and what's left over is presented as the anomaly. So the two lower figures basically are showing you the anomalies. And so what you see in that lower left figure is during an El Nino year, you've got a lot of warmer than normal water on the western side of the Pacific Ocean. And on a La Nina, it's just the flip-flop. It's just the opposite. So where are we today? Well, this is the latest information, pulled it off the web. This is actually a blend of about a month's worth of data from this past month of the conditions that presently exist relative to the thermal anomalies that exist in the Pacific Ocean. And as you can see, the tropical Pacific and particularly the western part of the tropical and subtropical Pacific is much colder than normal. This is a classic La Nina condition. So you've been reading or probably been hearing that we have a strong La Nina, and this is the evidence there. You can see that actual temperatures here in much of the tropical Pacific on the western side on the eastern side, get that right, on the eastern side are 3-4 degrees centigrade below normal. And this is actually then having some predictable climate effects. And this is the latest National Drought Monitor. This is an interesting, for those of you who have not seen this is an interesting weekly summary that comes out that gives you an idea.
And this is on a website.
These are all on websites. Yeah, you can go find these. If any of you are interested, I can give you the links. But this is basically the current conditions as of December the 7th for drought. And what a La Nina predictably would do is dry out the southern part of the United States. And if you look here, it's doing a pretty darn good job of that in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, the Gulf Coast, and Florida, and Georgia. But California, which you'd expect the southern part of California to have been dried out, has not had the traditional La Nina effect. So it's having mostly the effect you would expect, but we have not had the dryness that it would be normal, particularly the dryness in Southern California would be normally associated with the La Nina. So why is that? Well, in fact, not only are we not having the dryness, we're actually having some really high levels of precipitation. And this is actually, again, off of one of the California websites. And this is just giving you a summary of some of the climate stations in the Northern Sierra. And if you look at where it says current, supposedly I can get this mouse to work. Yeah, there we go. This is where we are right now, this year. We're tracking, precipitation-wise, some of the biggest precipitation years that we've had in recent years. And we've got 2 more big storms coming, one tomorrow and then one early next week. So we are actually, here in Northern California, on the very high end of precipitation. Even in the central Sierra, we are well above, I can get this, well above the norm. So why is this happening? Well, it's an interesting interaction that appears to have set up between the ENSO phenomena and the current strong La Nina and the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. Pacific Decadal Oscillation is a longer scale oscillation that involves the temperature in the northern Pacific. The data I found on the web does not go all the way through till present. It just goes through September of 2009. But basically right now, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation has moved into what they call cool phase or negative values. In other words, in the blue kind of region that you see on this long-term diagram of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation.
Cliff, could I just ask you, on the 2 slides back now, on those lines, so we're on a course, at least early in the season, to be the 82-83 year? Is that what that green line
in the
is?
Northern Sierras, that is correct.
And
this is for the water year that started in October 1st.
Okay, and then so also in the central?
In the central, we're slightly below. That's the central right there, and here's where we are right now. There's the 82-83, which is a very big El Nino year. And then here are some of the driest years, for examples. Here's last year, 2009, 2010, just to give you an idea of where we are. And this is a summary of the data from all of those stations that you see.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, yeah, no question. And I'll try to end with maybe where we might be headed with this. Okay. So what we have now is a negative phase. And there's a number of climatologists out there that I look to as being very informative in terms of looking at some of the climate information. Bill Patzert at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory is one of those people. Dan Cahan at Scripps Institution of Oceanography is another. But basically, we're in this negative phase, and what Bill recently wrote is that the PDO this year is negative. So we have cooler than normal temperatures in this, basically our coastal Alaska, Pacific Northwest, Northern California area, interacting with the La Nina, and it's bringing a lot of moisture down from Alaska and from that portion, from up in here. So this has created a very strong jet stream driving big storms out of Alaska, and we've got a couple more on the way. So before I go on to the next phase of the talk, I'll just make a couple comments. During La Nina years, having wet Northern California conditions in November and December has occurred many times in the past. So it's not uncommon that we actually see some enhanced moisture in Central and Northern California during November and December. The general predictions are is that this pattern of wet conditions will probably begin to dry out in the southern part of the state, but it's very hard to say what's going to happen here in the central and the northern part because we're kind of at that transition point where predictions don't work particularly well relative to the La Nina effects. Long-term average La Nina precipitation here in Sacramento is about 96% of normal. So it's not like we're in an area that's highly predictable, where it would be much better, much stronger predictions in San Diego or in Seattle, for example, as to what the effects would be. The last thing I just wanted to highlight briefly is another climatological indice that I didn't know much about and has just recently been brought into the news because of work by Jim Klern and his colleagues at Jim Klern just published a paper. It was just released in Geophysical Research Letters. The authors include people from the California Department of Fish and Game, from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, 4 of the California universities, and some climatologists actually from Georgia Tech are involved in this paper. It's an interesting paper, and I think it has some bearing on what we're doing in the Delta. What basically they have shown is that when they began to look at the long-term data records that they have on fish species, on crab species, on shrimp species in San Francisco Bay, that there is a very strong correlation between the populations of these organisms and the status of what is known as the North Pacific Gyre Oscillation. This is an oscillation, another one of the climate indices that climatologists like to derive. And the data that you see here basically is just showing the indice. So here's the So here's this climatological indice here, oscillating between various states. And you can see that since 2000, it's been predominantly in this positive territory. And it's during this period of time, you can see that demersal fish, this means basically fish that like to live on the bottom, crabs and shrimp in San Francisco Bay have been at record high numbers. And similarly, during periods of time when this was in the opposite phase, there tend to be lower densities. Now, why is this important? Well, if you take a look at some of the things that are actually then byproduct of this oscillation, one of the things that you find is that when there is a high pressure developed over the areas adjacent to the Hawaiian Islands, which there has been fairly consistently in this past decade, that it has an effect on the wind field and the currents off the coast of the western United States. And what that's done is actually produce very good ocean conditions, cooler waters and nutrient-rich waters, which has produced quite high population densities of many of these organisms that migrate back and forth between San Francisco Bay and the open ocean. And so this is actually then produced an interesting diagram in this paper that the authors put together, which basically shows that fairly substantive amount of the variability in populations of a lot of these organisms is linked to then what's going on with this North Pacific Gyre Oscillation. So basically, in a briefing that he gave here recently to the Department of Interior, Jim sent me these slides. He basically just sort of summarized some of the findings as follows. That coastal ocean is strongly influenced by some of these climate patterns that have these cycles that can be 20 to 30 years in length. That this shifting climate has a big influence on population, on these biological communities, and also on water quality, nutrient availability, chlorophyll content, things like that that would indicate production. And that while we have ecological collapse in the delta, there are record high abundances of these marine fishes, crabs, and shrimp over this past decade in the San Francisco Bay. And one of the things that he likes to point out is the only reason that we've been able to sort of begin to tease apart some of the reasons for this variability are these very high quality long-term data records that we have for San Francisco Bay and for the Delta. And I think your next speaker will be Anka Mueller-Soger, who's going to basically point to some of the kinds of data that the Interagency Ecological Program has produced that allows this to be done. So just as a sort of take-home message, I have sort of three for you. The first one is that we definitely have strong La Nina conditions that are present in the tropical Pacific. I think you hopefully have a better understanding of exactly how strong that La Nina is, seeing some of the recent graphics. That this ENSO phenomena that includes now this La Nina condition currently is interacting with the Pacific Decadal Oscillation in its negative phase, and it's bringing a bunch of these storms down from the Gulf, from the Alaskan or from the Bering Sea, and we're getting quite high precipitation. So our water supply, at least at this point in time, looks quite a bit better than it has at this time in a long, long time. Likelihood as we move into the middle of the winter months is that we will see more of the drying of Southern California that you would normally see during a La Nina. But it's hard to say what's going to happen for the water supply relative to the northern part of the state.
Cliff, that bodes well then for the snowpack, because with La Nina, the colder storms, you're putting more up on the mountaintops.
That's exactly right. Yep. And then finally, this North Pacific Gyre Oscillation, which is, again, another climate indice, does have some important bearing for species that basically use San Francisco Bay, or for many of the species actually like the salmonids that migrate through the delta. And the reason I bring this up is that when we start talking about performance measures and we start talking about trying to understand whether or not, for example, various kinds of restoration activities are having a positive effect in the delta, we need to realize that some of the interannual variability is linked to some of these kinds of climate indices and some of the conditions that exist out in the open ocean. And unless you factor that into your analysis and your synthesis, you're not always going to get the best understanding of actually whether or not activities, for example, that might be centered on the delta are actually having the effects.
So, Dr. Dahm, in the political world, we could read this as saying it's a wet year, which is terrific, and this NPGO is going to mean there's an increased species so we can export another million acre-feet of water with no problem, right?
If you do it at the right time. No, I'm not going to say that.
Well, I mean, but
I do think. I mean, one of the things that you're seeing is that we're having a better salmon run. In 2007,
yes, right.
2008, we had better ocean conditions, and I think when you start talking about salmon populations, you need to factor in what ocean conditions have been doing, and we did have some good years, which may be providing at least some of the bounce back that we're seeing in the salmon population.
Is one lesson you draw from all of this stuff the hesitation to use the year-to-year comparisons, which seem, at least to my view, to be the most typical media and human nature response? Last year was great or terrible, and this year is better. And the trends are more important over time?
Well, I think one of the things that this argues for is that you need long-term trend analysis to actually see whether you're making a difference. You can't base your decisions on just 1 year, one good year or one bad year. I mean, you have this variability. If you can understand some of the causes for the variability, it helps you then to analyze actually where your trajectory is headed.
Don?
Yeah, just one follow-on. This is kind of more to the focus of I don't say micro in the sense that it's small, but so in the macro we got the global warming predictions and all these changes, and again looking at trends and predictions that affect the delta and some of the things that we're charged with here. How does what you've been able to trend out over the past 20, 30 years fit into that relative to certainly this kind of back and forth and what we're seeing this year, again, with, because we had, presentations over the last couple of years that would show that, concern about the snowpack eroding and so forth. This year, potentially anyway, we'll see at the end of the season, and again, 1 year, I think to Phil's comment, obviously doesn't set the trend, but how does this fit in that bigger picture of global warming and, predictions of dire consequences, particularly as relates to California and the watersheds, and then obviously impacts on the delta?
Well, one thing I'll just highlight is that that I didn't use global warming at all in anything I presented here.
No, you didn't.
These are climate diagnostics which have waxed and waned for very long periods of time. So there are these. I'm not trying to say that these are in any way linked to global warming. There is a quite an intense debate going on now as to whether or not any of these large climate systems are being affected by warming. There's no consensus yet on that data. And in fact, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation is one of the ones that's quite controversial as to whether or not it's actually being affected or not.
But when you just touched on it, kind of that waxing and waning, because again, that's what we've seen, and you charted this out over 100 years, and of course things weren't, quite as known as they are now. But so that debate, I guess, obviously goes on in other quarters. But I appreciate it kind of focused on this, and that's why. But I just wanted to know the ties.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention is the Pacific Decadal Oscillation was actually derived initially by fisheries biologists working with climatologists to try to explain the good years for salmon runs in Alaska versus poor years in the western part of the continental United States, and vice versa. And it was clear that the PDO was playing a major role in that flip-flop of the strength of those runs in those various regions.
Pat?
Can I ask a theological question?
Theological question, yes.
Is there a prime mover for climate?
I think I'll demur on answering that. Is there a mechanism? I mean, one of the things that clearly is causing some of the variability in these climate indices does have to do with changes in the amount of solar radiation the planet receives, and also the characteristics of the atmosphere at the time that radiation is received.
But in response to Don, you said these trends and patterns have continued well before the period of greenhouse gas buildup or so forth. So unrelated to that, is there a is there a first cause? What precipitates these patterns to occur?
There's a lot of debate as to what exactly produces the mechanism for each of these various climate indices. So, for example, the ENSO phenomena is not something that is periodic. You can't predict it's going to be every 3 years or every 5 years or every 7 years. What is the actual forcing function that causes that to occur? It's pretty clear it's a combination of a variety of factors that do not always line up exactly the same way. It's the amount of radiation that the Earth is receiving. There is also some people have argued there's links between major volcanic eruptions that change the albedo of the planet. There's just a whole lot of factors that we don't yet know and have not been able to sort out adequately to actually understand. The one thing that we can do with the ENSO phenomena is we're getting better at predicting where it's headed with 6 to 12 month lead times. But the actual drivers, the actual sort of core driving forces behind this, we don't fully understand them.
Thank you.
Okay. Cliff, thank you very much. When Cliff asked me whether he should talk about this, I said, we spend all the time just talking about process. Every once in a while, we ought to talk about some science.
Good.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you very much. Just a minute. This is our scientist report. Do you really wish to respond to the scientist report to us? I mean, please come up and use the microphone. Identify yourself for the record. I'm not interested in a dispute between parties and scientists on relevant information. We'll schedule time for that. But
I wasn't going to
identify yourself.
Well, with the Federation of Fly Fishers.
Yep.
The Environmental Water Caucus and others.
Yeah.
I guess the question that I had was relative to fishery resilience within the Delta system, salmon being one for sure. And we hear comments from science that the restricted habitat that is now existing within the Delta system reduces the resilience of salmon species and others to respond to variability, whether it's climate or ocean conditions. And my question is, would it be something that is appropriate to take some of these variabilities that you described, the North Pacific gyre oscillation and the Pacific decadal oscillation, into considerations in how water operations are managed from year to year? If we know ahead of time that these things are changing to say a negative impact situation on fisheries, would it not be an operational decisional point to change some of the ways operations are done to try to minimize stress on these species?
Dr. Don.
Well, I think that's a very valid question, that this kind of information, how it should be factored into the decision-making and the policy-making arena, is something that I think scientists are very interested in working to try to make that happen. El Nino and La Nina 30 years ago, nobody knew what it was. Now El Nino and La Nina is a household word. So it's an interesting development. The Pacific Decadal Oscillation is more recent, but I think more and more people understand that there is that interaction between the Pacific Decadal Oscillation and the ENSO phenomena. The North Pacific Gyre Oscillation, the reason I highlighted it today is it's literally just been published just within the last month or two. It clearly provides some understanding for the waxing and waning of a number of the fish and shrimp and crab species in San Francisco Bay. Should that information be brought into the planning and management component of these organisms? I think that now that we're beginning to understand this, that there is a role for that, and I suspect that those who are involved in management will look at this information and begin to factor it into their decision-making process.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Mueller-Solger is our next item, which is item 8. Now, you have 30 slides, and Cliff only had 17. Doctor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh is right. And I understand you and your colleagues, or maybe you presented this to the National Academy of Science recently. Is that correct?
Yes, if I may have my first slide. But do I need to state my name and all that?
Huh?
Nope.
Well, yes, for the audience watching us on the whole thing.
All right. So my name is Anke Müller-Solger. I work for you. I work for the Delta Stewardship Council as the lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program, which is a 40-year-old program that has 6 federal and 3 state member agencies. The Delta Stewardship Council is actually not one of them. It's been around a little longer. So, and we have over the years put together a large amount of the data sets that now makes possible analyses like the one by Jim Klern that you just saw, and many others, including those that Kathy Crothers referred to earlier today with respect to the biological opinions and so forth. So that's us. I did, in fact, give a talk last week to the National Resources Council's Delta Committee, whatever the exact name is of that. In fact, there's a committee and a panel, so this was the joint operation. And the reason was that that committee has been tasked with thinking about and somehow untangling stressors that affect the delta ecosystem. And the Interagency Ecological Program has, of course, produced a large a lot of the data sets that pertain to this. And most recently, we've produced this report, the title of which you see right here, which is a progress report, one in a series of several, that puts together information that we've amassed over the past few years regarding the so-called pelagic organism decline in the delta. Maybe I should pause. I'll pause. That's okay. I just thought I'd pause.
No.
All right. So this is about what we've learned lately about the pelagic organism decline in the delta, and I think I have a fast forwarder here. And it's also the work plan for what we're doing right now in order to understand better the pelagic organism decline in the delta. The Jim Klern work that you just saw is part of that, by the way. We wanted to know if the ocean conditions and these climate things actually have any relevance to what we've been seeing with these pelagic organisms in the delta that we've been concerned about. Turns out, no. They actually have a large effect, as you just saw, on a bunch of species in the San Francisco Bay, but not those 4 species that we've been concerned about in the delta. So there's also a negative result aspect to this, if you will, as well as this positive one that Cliff just showed. Anyway, when I talked to the NRC, I actually also gave them a little background on the IEP, because they're also tasked with reviewing the science as it appears in the BDCP. And in there, the Interagency Ecological Program makes an appearance. You like my acronyms? Is that it? Anyway, in there, the Interagency Ecological Program makes an appearance, so I thought they ought to know what we are. And then I told them about 3 stories that we talk about in this report here about drivers or stressors. They are tasked with thinking about stressors, as is the Delta Independent Science Board. We struggled with that term. We had a little problem because sometimes good drivers of change turn into bad drivers, and there is something of a gradual thing going on there, as well as the fact that somebody's good driver, so for example, coffee, which I drink a lot, is great for me, it's my lifeblood, and other people that would be toxic to. So, probably me too, actually. But anyway, so we did away with that term. We simply talked about drivers in this report just for information. But in any case, you get the drift. What I will talk about to you, what I didn't talk about to the NRC, is some lessons that I think emerge from this report, from all the work we've been doing for ecosystem management and the science aspects and adaptive management aspects of the Delta Plan. So that's what I'll do. But before I do that, it's Christmas time, and I have a 5-year-old, and I have toys on my mind. I haven't actually gotten around to really buying many. But anyway, this has a point and bearing to my on my talk. And sorry to the audience, you can't see this so well, but this is a slinky. We've probably all grown up with slinkies, right? You know what a slinky is. Mm-hmm. I'm holding the slinky up here, and I have my hand under it down there, and now I let go. And obviously the slinky bounces up and down. So why is the slinky bounce up and down? It's a test.
Gravity.
Gravity, okay. What else? Anything else?
Motion in your hand.
Motion in my hand. The fact that I took that hand away here? Is that what you mean? Or
yeah. Well, also your other hand.
Okay, also my other hand? Okay, my hands.
All right, move this along.
Okay, moving this along. Anyway, the point of this is that's the answer you get the most. It's the hands. That's what people say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But now look what happens. I have the box that the Slimpy came in. Oops. Nothing happens. No bouncing, right? So the point is, it's the Slinky.
Which just fell off the table?
Which just fell off the table. Mm-hmm. It does have apparently its own behavior. It's something inherent in the structure of that Slinky, latent in that structure, which is suppressed or enabled by my hands here to occur. And so it's very important. We're talking about ecosystem here all the time.
So the conclusion we should draw is human interaction with natural objects is always the cause of whatever we're worried about.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is that there is not just the drivers or the stressors that we have to worry about, but the system itself. And the system itself can be a rather unique thing. In fact, it always is. So in this particular case, the Slinky. I could also I got my other Slinky from my daughter, which got messed up, but I won't, because it's sort of different, and it has a different behavior because she messed it up. But in any case, so that's the point of the Slinky. And of course, I didn't make this up because that's a little too brilliant for me. So this is from a book by Dana Meadows here, which is about thinking in systems. And I think it's a beautiful book. It's actually very simple, wonderfully written, but it tells you how to think about systems. And you are tasked with thinking about ecosystem and water supply reliability, which together makes a system anyhow. You are a system, by the way you interact and so forth. But in any case, this is a very important thing to think about. And this is true what we are thinking about when we try to tell our stories regarding the pelagic organism decline. So I guess I better get on with it, since I see Phil, Phil flipping through this. So this is the quintessential pod or pelagic organism decline. This is a version of the slide here.
The other ones we've seen over the recent months that you've shown us.
Yes, there is nothing really new here. The 2010 Fall Water Trawl Index, which is what that is not out yet, although it might be out tomorrow. Not a little tiny bit better than these past ones here, but not something to write home about in terms of improvement. So we've had, as we've shown before, true step change type of decline in 2002 of these particular 4 fish species, which are all open water species that reside at least some of their lives in the delta. And we tell 3 stories in this report. One is this very basic ecology story where these fish reside in a habitat, their home, where they are then affected by their parents, by the food that they have, and by losses that they experience. And the upshot of this particular story is that there's really multiple things that affect these fish together in combination, and there is no one smoking gun or silver bullet that we could find, and we get blamed for that a lot. So that's this story. We've told this a lot. Cliff has told it also. Another story then, that particular story is not terribly satisfying for managers, because if it's everything, what the heck do you do? Where do you start? So one other way to look at it is, and this is of course inspired by things like the Endangered Species Act, is to focus in on these fish species themselves. Which is what we did then with another set of conceptual models or stories, or fish stories, where we found that different fish, in fact, have different responses, because in essence, each of them is sort of a different kind of slinky that gets affected by drivers but responds a bit differently. And so then you can find things, drivers, that are particularly important to one species or another. Unfortunately, if you then only focus on those particular things, you may harm another species that might respond differently to a driver, where a driver is a stressor or so. And this is not because the fish have conflicts with each other, it's because we focus a little bit too narrowly on managing them, and so it's really conflicts in management. So that's the second story, and there is a lot of information there in the report regarding these different fish species, also about models and things, quantitative ones. And then the final one, and I'll spend some more time on this, and I was interested to hear the previous comments here regarding resilience, because that's what I'm going to talk about here a lot, is our regime shift story, where we posit, and this is at this point more or less a working hypothesis that we have not explained yet in detail, that the pelagic organism decline represents a true catastrophic regime shift in how this system looks and functions. So anyway, so the fish, they're in their habitat, in their environment. This regime collapsed, basically, and now we have an entirely different regime in the delta that supports very different species.
So everything's okay because it's still an ecosystem, it's just a different ecosystem.
Sure, it's still an ecosystem, but the question is it the one we want? According to the Endangered Species Act, we can't want this one.
But you keep telling us, even when we identify the one we want, there's no guarantee we can get it.
Yeah, because we're not really God, right? Or whoever that driver is.
I like that. I like that. Yes.
Whoever that ultimate driver is. Anyway, so this is the thing in a nutshell here. Important to understand in there is that there are another thing about this is actually that with this story we have expanded our scope, if you will, to include a larger temporal scale as well as a larger spatial scale. Previously, we actually focused a lot on what happened right around the time that these fish tanked. With this now, we figured that, gee, history matters. We have thus gone back farther in history. And if you do this, you find that actually, this is as expressed by John Wiens, one of the Independent Science Board members, in his plenary talk at the Delta Science Conference this past, whenever that was, September. Time may be linear, but history is not. There's a lot of things going on that aren't gradual, that are these sort of step-changey things, or go up and then go down, and so forth. And that makes things really complicated to understand. So I'm actually going to show you a little tiny series of slides here, which, by the way, is filled. Why I have so many slides? Because I have these pseudo animations there. It's just one thing after the other. They belong together. Anyway, you can. So again, we're talking about regime shift, where we're going from one ecological regime where things look and function in one particular way to another one. It can be gradual over time, under the influence of some driver of this. Or it can be abrupt, like this. And that's what we're talking about when it's a regime shift. There's a threshold and there's a nonlinear response in the system where a small amount of driver gets a large response. And that's really annoying because it's hard to predict these things, and they can often come as surprises, and they do, and they have, and they do all the time around the world. Another tricky thing about this is that once you're in this second regime there, regime B, if you then want to get back to regime A, the recovery path may be different from the one that got you there in the first place, and it may be time lagged, which is in fact what might be happening, for example, with things like delta smelt are not responding to returning the pumps off. Not right away. Gee. And it might be something like this. The recovery would take longer than the path that got us to where they are right now in the first place. And then finally, it can simply, in some cases, it will never happen because we lost something that is absolutely instrumental and we can't go back. So loss of ecological resilience, the ecological resilience is what I want to talk about next. I was inspired by this to some degree by Lester Snow's statement in the Resources Agency's announcement for these BDCP reports in November, where he actually put the word resilient right into the co-equal goals, which I hadn't seen that way before. We must achieve a delta ecosystem that is more resilient and improve the state's water supply reliability. So interesting. So somehow that has caught somebody's attention. So I think we should talk about what that actually means, because there are definitions for both engineering and for ecology, which are quite different. So I'll take you through this in a little bit for the ecological thing here. And this is an analogy that's often used. It's the ball and cup thing.
Yeah. I would urge you to go rapidly through this analogy.
Okay. Well, Phil, I think it's important.
Well, I know it's important, but look, the principle is you can have a long period of decline and a precipitous drop at some point. Right. And it's kind of like the old analogy of the last straw on the camel's back that caused the camels to collapse. The person who puts the last straw is blamed by everyone else for causing the problem. And he turns around and says to everybody else, well, you put straws on the camel back too. And they say, well, sure, but there's nothing that happened when I did it, so therefore I'm innocent. And I've got the human dynamics of wanting to blame someone else other than yourself, and the response that no, you got to do it, and stressors is that. But I'm looking for ways to approach that discussion. Pat's question, prime mover, is there has to be a way to start rather than simply having an endlessly complex array of things that have something to do with problems, and no way to evaluate the range of them, how to start, where to start, what's most likely to achieve success. You know, this is the tension between science and administration in many ways, but it's at the heart of what we're doing.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere, and I do appreciate that question too about the ultimate thing. So around here, in fact, the ultimate thing regarding ecosystems are in fact things like climate, these very large-scale things, except they're the hardest to do something about, but they actually matter greatly with respect to, say, this resilience thing. So I'm going to take you quickly through this. All right. So the difference between engineering resilience, which is what does show up, by the way, in the statute, the engineering type of resilience, as well as in Delta Vision, but the ecological does not. I looked. So the difference really is that the engineering resilience is about getting back to a state that you were in before, as much in the middle as you possibly can, because you want things stable, after some sort of disturbance. So say, levee breach or something like that. The ecological resilience, on the other hand, is how much can you be disturbed without shifting into a totally different state, where you may or may not be able to get back into this previous state. So that's really different. And the ecological resilience focuses on these outside parts, those thresholds where you might cross into a different state, while the engineering resilience really focuses on how fast can you get back to the middle. So there's quite a difference there. Even if that seems like a minor point, it really isn't. Anyway, so another thing is there is no stability per se in ecosystems. There's always a dynamic thing going on. So the ball wiggles. But in any case, resilience then in ecosystems, you can have alternative stable states, which engineers often don't really recognize. It's not something you think about because different sort of frame of thinking. And so in one stable state has resilience associated with it, and that can erode. And that's what this shows here, where this cup gets smaller and smaller until finally, with some driver, there is a shift into a different state that then may be newly resilient, but it might be a state we really don't like. As in, for example, the delta. Do we like it the way it is right now? It might be quite stable or not, but do we like it? Is it a desirable state that we want? Do the fish like it, the fish that evolved there? So anyway, that's the theory. This I've showed before, so I'll really go quickly here, but this is the picture story version of this. From the river estuary in 1873 to this weedy lake that we have today, or something that resembles, in some places anyway, weedy lake. Of course it's an ecosystem. Of course it's an ecosystem. It functions, except it doesn't function necessarily as an estuary anymore. It functions in some places more like a lake. Do we want that? So we have winners, we have losers, we have interestingly transformed landscapes that favor tramp species, colonizers, nitrogen-tolerant species, pests and pathogens, as this guy here says. That is what we have. Is that what we want? I'm going to skip this, but this is what it looks like in our report. We do identify certain drivers, not ultimate ones. Ultimate one, climate, would actually be on top of this, but somewhat more proximate, but still those that we think affect resilience of the old state of the regime versus the new one. And also, they also have something to do in terms of how they're ordered with how fast they change over time. So we have, of course, lots of stuff about all that in detail in this report. And then, and of course, more changes will come. And will we have a system that can withstand these changes or adapt to these changes as they will come with, say, climate change or different infrastructure and all these things? So finally here to the management then. The older style perhaps, or the engineering, if you will. I don't mean to put down engineers, but that's kind of what this is command and control management, which leads to the erosion of resilience because of a focus of staying in the middle there, on stabilization and optimization of certain things that we want out of ecosystems. For example, optimization of food production, optimization of water supply transfers, and those sorts of things, to the detriment of other things, such as, for example, diversity, that are also important. And that leads to resilience and increased vulnerability of the ecosystem, which then leads to a system that is in a state that is perhaps undesired, not the thing we actually want, and in particular doesn't deliver all the goods and services that we want, such as salmon right now, for example. So there's a problem there, and a different approach would be an adaptive management approach that actually embraces change, that embraces the idea of resilience and trying to sustain that, and trying to have options of how you can change things that will lead us into a future where we actually still have this ecosystem that is desired and produces the services and goods that are desired, and that includes disturbances, allowing some disturbances. So somebody here said that earlier, working with, say, the climate that we actually have, the climate regime, this Mediterranean type of climate that we have with all these interesting oscillations on interannual scales, on annual scales that affect how the water flows through the system, and allowing some of that natural disturbance regime that then also promotes diversity, and allowing some of the diversity of landscape, not just of organisms, that promote the sustainability of these ecosystem goods and services that we care about. And then, of course, if we do end up or already in a different regime, restoration comes into place. Restoration that may lead to the previous regime, but more often than not leads to something that's good enough, perhaps. But if we do have this good enough metric in there, we also must be very vigilant that what we think is good enough is truly good enough, and so that actually calls for science. So the whole thing comes with a cost. The cost is you will not have optimal supplies, say, of food or water or whatever it is that you care about, because you're trying to maintain some of this disturbance that messes with that optimization. But on the other hand, you will maximize things like diversity that may be very important to maintain some other things, and so forth, and may in the end lead to sustaining a desired ecosystem regime and not shifting into something, not a collapse. This pelagic organism decline, this collapse has caused a lot of problems. You're here in part because of that. Not ending up there. That's the goal here. So there's a cost. Some of the cost is science. Again, we must be vigilant. And science also, since the journal came up earlier, science with the communication of science to folks who care. That includes you, who have to listen through these darn science talks, and and that interaction, and having outlets that are actually appropriate to science, such as that journal, as opposed to courtrooms, where somehow science seems to be battled out these days by liars. Chris, I love you, but
Did you say lawyers or liars?
Somebody told me that they love my accent because it's unclear.
Don't take offense. I think the judge called it. I think he called it sloppy science this time, so it wasn't as bad.
In any case, if you don't invest in these things, in my opinion, you might end up with more costs, which is perhaps what we see now, because you end up in this undesired regime down there at the bottom. And regarding the science, this is what the Dr. IEP science, that's all the things we actually do. Monitoring is the standing leg that we've been able to sustain over the years. But all these other things, assessment at the top, they have to be sustained as well. And there has to be a way to fund that sustainably, not from bonds. I think that is the wrong way to do that. So that's my call to action here. The IEP, of course, ought to and is collaborate with the science program and the independent science board, especially there at that top end of Mr. Science.
Okay.
So finally, it's not just the Delta. The problems are actually worldwide that we experience here. So this is actually an interesting, I thought, a graphic that shows certain drivers that have basically gotten out of control on a global scale. You see the reds there, that's where they get out of what they call planetary boundaries to keep the whole Earth, not just the Delta, the whole Earth in a desirable state. And you can see biodiversity there is the one that's the worst, followed by, interestingly, nitrogen. The nitrogen cycle is actually more messed up than the carbon cycle. So things like Sacramento Regional putting their nitrogen back into the air, not their nitrogen, my nitrogen, because I'm one of their customers, back into the air where it came from through the synthesizing of fertilizers, which is taking nitrogen out of the air and putting it into a form that we can actually use. Putting it back into the air is the right way to address this even on a global scale. It's not just the Delta. So anyway, many other things there. And then this was just recently in the journal Nature on its front cover, and it shows exactly your struggle, I think. It shows the co-equal goals in a way. It shows the health of the rivers in a way, which is in this case river biodiversity, and human water security on the other side. Human water security after investment in water infrastructure to make water supply reliable to humans. And it turns out it's sort of the flip side, if you can sort of squint at the greens and the reds there, of each other. The more we try to make our human water supply secure, the more we tend to lose biodiversity in rivers and mess with the ecosystems in that regard. So it's a struggle, and there are trade-offs. And those trade-offs, to manage those, I think that is the thing. So it's not just the Delta. The problems are not unique, but the place, the system, I think, is unique. And the solutions have to fit the place, the system that you find here. And that's it. Phil?
Thank you. Thank you. Questions?
I have a
Ms. Gray.
Thank you for your report. One of your slides identified the environmental drivers, stresses that have the effect on the Delta ecosystem. I didn't see water quality there. Could you talk about that?
Well, we had a whole, we actually took that apart. We didn't have that just as water quality because that's vague, fairly vague term. So we have things that make up water quality. So, for example, we have contaminants in there. We have turbidity in there. We have temperature in there. So we have and salinity, of course. So we have these things separately because they vary in different ways and they come in at different times. So, for example, contaminants have become a big problem, somewhat more recently, or different types of contaminants.
So it's specific to the type of those things that impact water quality. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Also, I know there's a number of stressors and drivers that do impact the system, but I think it would be helpful if those things that you identify are prioritized, in fact, of how the council can look at them as this need is greater, or if you can quantify what the need is, and this may be greater than some of the others.
A subject
that
we're
you
going
have
to be
listed.
discussing with Dr. Norgard, the chair of the Independent Science Board, who's up next.
So that would be with him.
They are, in fact, ordered in that one slide that was sort of the most complex that I showed, that one conceptual model. They were ordered in a way. But how you do
They
this...
should be addressed.
Which is spelled out in the report, how that's done. It has to do, again, with the resilience of that old regime versus the new regime, as well as how fast these things change over time, how they behave, basically. But how you do this is a really tricky question.
Right.
When things are interrelated, when they all matter somehow, somewhere, sometime. So, yes, the Independent Science Board gets to take that on, as well as the National Research Council.
Last question, Mr. Natoli.
Thank you.
Yeah, Anka, just if I take away kind of one of the messages here, and I want to be make sure I'm not misinterpreting it, is that in all this attempting to balance, to find that kind of point of resiliency that balances two things, do I take away, though, that restoration and reliability are kind of contrary in that you can achieve certain degrees of that, and I didn't really spell that out, degrees, but that if I look at that kind of the last couple of slides, particularly the one kind of the more global one, that when you look at reliability for all the various human pursuits, life itself, I guess, in the sense of large populations and need for food sources, that restoration is going to, you put it in the area of diversity, but that those are going to be contrary, and not just in conflict, but that, do I take it that you under current circumstance, you can't have both or achieve both on an equal basis, because the legislature spells out co-equal goals, but they're goals.
Problem there.
Yeah. So how do you hope to, through the coming months, help us from a science perspective get a better grasp of that? Because there's the political side and the scientific side, and then I guess the day-to-day life side for whether it's species different than the human species. I guess I'm trying to, because it seems to me that what you present is a picture that you're not going to be able to get those things.
Well, I think what science can do for you is to present trade-offs. What happens if I do this to that other part?
So you're going to give, okay.
If I do this to this part.
So you're going to help spell some of that out. That
Right.
If you don't do this as a result, if you do this,
Right.
and if you do it certain, even with you're going to give degrees to that potentially. That if you do it to this degree, you may get this, or is it just a matter if you do it, you get this, or if you don't, you don't?
Well, I mean, there's a great scientific word, uncertainty. Of course, there's some uncertainty that
Right.
will always be in there, but we can work with sort of scenarios, if that works as a word for you.
I think scenarios will be helpful. Again, coming from a layperson standpoint that has very little scientific background, I'm fascinated by your presentation and Cliff's, and I know you try to boil this down and to be understandable. But I think scenarios will be helpful. And maybe it kind of goes to Gloria's question earlier about priorities. But I think scenarios that help us to understand for what we know at that point in time may very well be the outcome,
right,
with some predictability.
And then the importance of what is it we want? What is it we think can be sustainable into the future? This is supposed to be a 100-year plan, 90-year plan, right?
Right.
How can we get what we need and want, and also have this viable ecosystem as the statute talks about? So
that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Okay. Pat?
Go ahead. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, what I wanted to say is one of the key decisions you will have is what our objective should be. The legislation was fairly clear that we are to restore ecosystems, and it had a bunch of characteristics for that, but it didn't go into some of these key questions. And fundamentally, in the Delta ecosystem, 95% of what we have is invasive.
Today.
Today, 95% of the biomass in the Delta is invasive. It is not possible, I don't believe, for us to restore the ecosystem back to what it was 150 years ago, any more than it's possible for us to take the 750,000 acres that used to be marsh and restore all of that. What we have to do is figure out exactly what we want to do with the resources that we have and the time that we have, and kind of craft the ecosystem that achieves the objectives that you, as a council, set. And our objectives are different than those that are in the Endangered Species Act or those that are in anybody else's act. This council has a balancing role for ecosystem and water supply reliability and protecting the delta as place. So this is going to be a really difficult decision. I predict many people lobbying you about, well, you should change the objective to be thus and so, and the language that we put out, the performance measures that we establish, that you establish in the coming months are going to be really key. And so what Anka did was kind of lay out the challenges there, but we're not going back to where we were, and we have to figure out where we want to go, and you guys, for better or worse, are given that responsibility. So that was my comment.
Okay.
Joe addressed whatever.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Norgard. You recall he was newly elected before the last meeting as chair of the Independent Science Board. Doctor?
Thank you. We're pleased to be here again today. I'm going to be brief. I don't have a prepared lecture for you as a scientist.
Pull that closer to you. There you go.
Pull it closer.
If you can, yeah.
Okay. I'll be brief. I don't have a prepared lecture. No PowerPoints. Anka used all of mine. We will post the summary of the meeting of last week quickly or soon, but at this point I'll just give you an oral presentation. As you recall, at the last meeting I expressed concern that the Delta Independent Science Board would not be able to respond very quickly to your request on ranking of stressors, and we developed a schedule in which we thought we could deliver a product sometime in March. Phil accused us of being a little grumpy, and we are concerned.
And he ought to know.
And he ought to know. Yeah. But we do have to be a little bit grumpy about being independent and trying to deliver really good science. But on your schedule, it is difficult. I guess our process has been described as trying to drink from a fire hydrant being opened up, and as the hydrant has been opening up on the Independent Science Board in its second meeting, and we got the schedule of all the times in which you hoped we'd be reacting to draft Delta plans, we quickly realized that we would not have time to do as good a job as we would have liked to have done on the stressors. So we are holding a one-day meeting on stressors on January 12th, and the board is literally going to sit down on its second day, January 13th, and get a draft together on stressors rather than writing it over time. It doesn't mean at the end of the day we'll have a polished report, but we'll have something that Mike Healy, the vice chair, and I and the science staff can work into a memo for you by hopefully the last week of January.
Mr. Fiorini had a question, I think, on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just like to add one thing.
Yeah.
I view there are two discrete requests we made, but certainly the first one of just the potential components of a list of stressors is the starting point for me, and the question of ranking, which I believe to be far more difficult, at least arguably more difficult, is the second thing. So whatever of either of those you can provide would be deeply appreciated.
I think our hopes as an independent science board is to provide you with a way of thinking about stressors that helps make the battle over my stressor being worse than your stressor, or you're putting a bigger stress on me than I'm putting on you, that somehow we'll be able to turn that battle into a constructive dialogue instead of saying this stressor's most important, this stressor's most important. The difficulty with stressors is that, I think if you just start with Cliff Dohm's lecture, we have a system that goes through very interesting cycles, parts of which we can predict and parts of which we can only predict 6 months in advance. And And the stressors, which stressors are most important is going to depend on where you are in that cycle. And then there's legacy stressors that we can't do anything about, and then there's future stressors like climate change that, state of California as a whole is trying to set an example of what ought to be done, but it's not something that the Delta Stewardship Council can do anything about. And so, there's stressors that can be addressed at a cost and stressors that we can't do anything about. And then there's priorities that arise as particular problems arise, and then we need to deal with stressors to that problem. So there is not a way to rank the stressors, but we will try to give you, tools to work with stressors, and that's our hopes. Okay. I'm hoping that you're hoping that you will be satisfied with what we come up with. So that'll be our meeting January 12th and 13th. As we began to realize the need for feedback on the Delta plan, we have scheduled meetings for March 3rd and 4th and May 5th and 6th. And these meetings are sort of after the first plan is out and after the third plan is out. So we intend to comment on your first and your third plan. We hope to be able to sort of take the plan, have different members of the Independent Science Board looking at different parts of the plan, and then coming together at those meetings and discussing as a group the quality of the science that we see behind the plan, or the issues where better science could be used, or just pieces have been left out that might affect the wording of the plan, or just how you present the plan and how it's going to work. So we will have 2 meetings dedicated to reacting to the plan, but our reactions will be, looking at it as individual scientists and then coming together as a board and talking about it. I think we can say that just looking at the outline of the plan, that we would like to see sort of the plan for science in the plan, and that's already come up in reaction to Cliff's comments and reactions to Lauren's presentation on the cost of the journal, and that we are going to be in an adaptive environmental management process from here on. We've always been in an adaptive environmental management process. We just didn't know it before, and we didn't sort of schedule the science in and set up the decision-making process appropriately. And so we're hoping the plan is explicit about how science is sustained and used and throughout. Lastly, we are desperately looking for a lead scientist. We're not desperate because we have a bad lead scientist now, but we do only have half of a lead scientist, and he's on his way out, and this concerns us a lot. So the U.S. Geological Survey has historically funded this position, and in the last several rounds of actually getting an appointment to the position, the USGS has not taken a strong role in the recruitment process. It is now very interested in taking a strong role and beginning to do that. But that means the recruitment process has to actually mesh with the USGS process. So some of the meeting on Friday was just how we're going to integrate sort of our own recruitment process with the USGS process and see that they all come together such that we have a scientist in place, hopefully to interact with Cliff on his last month in place. But if not, maybe at least getting somebody interacting with Cliff and the science staff for a 2-week interval, maybe 6 weeks before they come, but at least getting the experience and the exchange of experience taking place. So that means we'd very much like to have a person in place June. Cliff leaves at the end of June, or maybe even just interactive in May, but not actually in place until July. Okay. I think that's all I had to say. Good. All process,
Questions
no substance.
Dr. Norgard. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, members, let's talk about the schedule. We're going to take a lunch for a break, but let me just remind you, after lunch, we're going to come back, and Ms. Buchholz is going to start us on the Delta Plan development. And we're going to include discussion of the Ag White Paper this afternoon. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Gwen's here, but she may want to talk about the proposed outline, the matrix, and the EIR schedule at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That'll reserve the Water Resources White Paper until tomorrow. I mean, that will be, I suspect, a very long conversation. So just a reminder, tomorrow starts with the BDCP report from Arcadis and our typical agenda item. Then we'll do the Water Resources White Paper. Unless there's something that hangs over from today, that will be the agenda.
I think that's the plan. I should mention that someone from Resources Agency is anticipated to be here as part of the BDCP discussion.
Oh, okay, fine. Fine. The other thing is these are not, the white papers are discussion only, and we'll have public comments on that, but it's not a voting item officially. It's discussions only. So any questions on the remainder of the day and tomorrow? Okay, we're going to recess. It is 12:23. Let's do 1:15. 1:15. Okay? Meeting in recess. No, we're going to stay around town. Okay, meeting's called back to order. If you would take your seats, please. Shh. Okay, council's called back to order. Ms. Buchholz, we are on agenda item number 9, the Delta Plan development, and I think you have a preamble initially and kind of cover in general what you expect us to do today and tomorrow, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon. We're going to be covering several things today. The agricultural white paper. Jeff Goldman will be joining me to present the summary of that and obtain comments. Then we'll discuss the Delta Plan proposed, the proposed draft outline for the Delta Plan, and the comment matrix. And as you said, we'll do Water Resources white paper tomorrow. Just a little bit, and I think I was listening this morning while we're working on Delta Plan and EIR. We're using every minute we can get for that schedule. Yes. But the NOP was issued and filed this week, or last week.
Okay. Good.
We filed it with Office of Planning and Research, Governor's Office of Planning and Research on Friday. So it went up. We have mailed out 400, and between us and OPR, we have mailed out 420 copies of the notice of preparation to the agencies listed in the back. So that's underway. Close of comments is on January 28th. It's a little bit longer than 45 days, but we felt that we wanted to make it a couple days past the last scoping meeting. So that's we'll start the newspaper announcements soon for the scoping meetings and proceed from there.
Did you want to talk today before the Ag White Paper on the other items and just deal with those? What would you like to do?
I would like to do the white paper first.
Okay.
That's
no,
okay
that's
with
fine.
you?
No, that's fine.
Like we did, and
That's
because
fine.
I have Jeff is with us
Okay.
right now.
No,
if that's
good.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to give a little preamble on the white papers to remind us what we were using the white papers for. They're a brief description of, and I don't want to emphasize brief because I want to come back to that in 2 seconds. Brief description of the historic and existing conditions and also the trends that have been seen recently. We did 6 of them: Delta ecosystem, Delta flood risk, Delta emergency preparedness, Delta land use, now Delta agriculture, and statewide water resources. The information from the white papers and the comments that we've received, we will be using in preparation of the environmental impact reports, existing conditions, and also in the findings of the Delta Plan. So this is, we really appreciate everybody's comments, and we were also using this as a basis to obtain more informal comments from many of the agencies. I think the challenge we found in the white papers, and we've seen it in the response, in the comments that we've received too, is that it's very difficult to be brief in a very difficult set of subjects that all of our subject matter experts could go on for pages and pages, well, actually thousands of pages. And we've needed to keep this brief and to the point, and we've also not tried to complete the entire historical record. We've also had some lessons learned that we've gone through this, and we've learned that we need to do, as we move to existing conditions and the findings of the Delta Plan, that we're going to be more rigorous about statement of the references of the facts of where we obtained those facts, and also to provide the record if we have multiple documents that discuss the same thing, so that we can have the documentation of why we selected one set of facts or one set of information versus the other, and that will all be part of the administrative record for the EIR. And describe how we also need to be going forward and looking for that appropriate level of detail for the Delta Plan findings and the existing conditions in the EIR. So I just want to remind everybody of where we are with this, and that we aren't reissuing the white papers because the existing conditions start coming out and the findings as of the February council meeting. So with that, I'd like to initiate this part for the Delta Agricultural White Paper. I'll have Jeff Goldman summarize that.
Good. Mr. Goldman, good to see you again.
Good to be here. Thank you very much.
Suggestion is, why don't you summarize this, overviews, add whatever comments you'd like to make, and I know there'll be a number of questions from members, and then we're going to ask for public comments on the white paper too.
Perfect. I'll try to be no more than 5 minutes to just give you a real high-level overview, and then when it comes to questions, be happy to answer any specific questions you have. Mm-hmm. So, as many of us know, agriculture and the importance of agriculture in the Delta goes back to the very beginnings of California, when many miners who weren't successful at mining decided they could be more successful at agriculture, and over time reclaimed lands within the Delta for agriculture, particularly after the levee system and other flood and water conveyance systems that were built in the early 20th through and then on. So agriculture has always been a part of the Delta economy from the beginning of statehood, and part of the way of life, as well as how the Delta is defined as a place. Total acreage in the Delta today represents over 531,000 acres, which is still a large percentage of the Delta. Almost 3/4 of the Delta is in agricultural use. It is a bit of a decline since the 1980s, when nearly 600,000 acres were in agriculture. Much of the Delta farmland, so much of that land in agriculture, is enrolled in what's called the Williamson Act, formerly known as the California Land Conservation Act of 1965, which provides for property tax reduction for people who keep land in agriculture under a long-term contract. In terms of agriculture's contribution to the economy, we all know that California is the leading agricultural producer in the nation. About 14% of the nation's agricultural gross domestic product, about $38 billion in 2009, and about 2% of California's total gross state domestic product of nearly $2 trillion in 2010. However, the direct value of agriculture to not only the state's economy, the Delta County's economy, and the Delta economy goes well beyond just the dollars and cents. Again, going back to the fact that it's part of the way of life. It defines part of the character of the Delta. There are a lot of intangibles that go along with the Delta as a place. Within the Delta itself, it is a very important contribution to the local and regional economy. Roughly $700 million in direct agricultural output. agriculture represents about 25%, or rather, the Delta agriculture represents about 25% of agricultural output in the 5 Delta counties. Employment-wise, however, because farmers have been getting more efficient over time, and the value per acre of output in agriculture has grown over time, employment has declined over the last 20 years or more as a percentage of overall employment, both in the Delta counties overall and in the Delta itself. So while employment has been declining, the actual value of agriculture, particularly the export sector, has been decreasing. And there are a lot of numbers that I could, cite, but I won't go into all of the numbers. Maybe there are some particularly interesting ones that you'd like to know more about, and we can talk about those. One interesting little fact, though, is that of the 55 top value crops in California, 41 of those top value crops are grown in the Delta. So another aspect of the importance of agriculture in the Delta is the fact that many of California's top crops and top value exports are types of commodities that are grown and produced in the Delta. Now, within the primary zone in particular, but in the statutory Delta overall, agriculture as a land use and as a land use provided for under the Delta County's general plans is the primary land use designation, particularly in the primary Delta. Each of the county's general plans designates the primary zone for agriculture, which also allows various open space recreation, wildlife habitat, nature preserve, and related uses. However, the approaches among the county do vary in terms of minimum parcel sizes, for example. There are other ways, but that's one of the most notable ways. So if you look at the general plans and zoning in the 5 counties, you'll see that minimum parcel sizes range from as little as 5 acres to 160 acres for agriculture. Most minimum parcel sizes are in the range of 20 to 80 acres. And one importance of that is that parcelization of agricultural land is one of the concerns that many farmers have in terms of being able to create and maintain what's often called farmable units, meaning the minimum amount of land you need to have commercially viable agriculture, which, as you can imagine, is not a fixed number. It depends on the kind of and value of crops you're growing, the conditions, the soil conditions, water availability, and so forth. But that's something to keep in mind at looking at the various approaches to agriculture. There are some synergies between agriculture and habitat or ecosystem value. Certain kinds of agriculture, certain kinds of agricultural practices are more amenable to also providing habitat and refuge and food sources for various listed species. Generally, without oversimplifying it, the intensity of agriculture is a big factor in determining the habitat value in many cases. The intensity being if the land is farmed using a lot of chemical applications, if the land is farmed in a way where fixed types of plantings like crops and vineyards, those tend to generally have less habitat value. Less intensive types of agriculture, such as row or truck crops, tend to have greater habitat value. And again, we can talk about more of the details. So there's definitely a nexus between ecosystem or habitat value and agriculture. Some of the risks and threats and future threats to the Delta include urbanization. We've talked about that previously in the land use white paper about the extent of urbanization, how that has changed over the last 40 years within the Delta, and particularly the secondary zone of the Delta. Land subsidence over time, levee failure, which we touch upon in this paper, although there's different white paper that goes into that much more in detail. Climate change, which the effects of that climate change and how it will be expressed, most likely in the Delta, temperature changes in precipitation pattern, water flow associated with that will definitely affect agricultural operations and practices, and maybe the types of crops that can best be grown in the Delta in the decades to come. So in sum, agriculture is and has been, since the beginning of statehood, a vital part of the Delta and the 5 Delta counties' character and economy and land use. It does provide an important refuge for many types of species and important habitat. But as development occurs around the fringes of the Delta, there will definitely be future risks and impacts, and those are things that we would need to look at moving into the future. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, good. Ms. Gray?
You mentioned in your report there's a nexus between habitat and agriculture. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So even though agriculture in the Delta has significantly changed the environment from what the natural environment was, say, before settlement occurred in earnest over 150 years ago, there are different types of natural habitats still present in the Delta, although in many cases that's diminished, as you can imagine, from the beginning of statehood. But currently the Delta supports something like a bit over 500 species of wildlife and 90 different crop varieties in an average year. So there are some types of species that thrive in agricultural practices, say, that may overturn the soil on a regular basis and provide food or provide refuge because the plantings themselves can provide refuge for habitat. Generally, seasonal and non-permanent crops like small grains, field crops, truck crops, and forage crops tend to have more habitat value. And again, more permanent types of agriculture like vineyard and orchard crops tend to have less habitat value just because the nature of the operations and the application and use of various kinds of chemicals and fertilizers. I don't know if that was enough detail.
What percentage of the area would you...
Could you turn your mic on, Ms. Gray, please? Thank you.
What percentage of that area would you say would be amenable to habitat restoration?
That's a very good question. I don't have an answer for you for that today, but I'll note that, and that's something we can definitely research.
All right, thank you.
Pat?
Under risks, you list water supply, and you indicate that because of urban development and demand for water, there's been a cut in surface water supplies to Delta farmers. Many farmers have drilled new or deeper wells to reach a rapidly increasing problem with overdraft of San Joaquin Valley aquifers. I didn't understand that.
So what's happened over the years...
What page are you talking about, Pat?
I think
6-4.
Yes, 6-4.
Yeah.
So what's happened over the years is, for example, as farmers, agricultural users have relied more on groundwater over time, they've had to dig deeper wells in many areas in order to access that groundwater.
I'm interested in the Delta in particular. I understand the general comment.
So in the Delta itself, could you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Well, if I read the first part of that paragraph, it sounds like you could be talking about any area that's farmed in the San Joaquin Valley. But you specifically reference the Delta. It sounds to me like you're saying Delta agriculture has had a reduction in surface water supplies, and so Delta farmers have dug wells.
Okay.
And I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I'm with you now. So you're right. This is a generalized, kind of statement of future risks moving into the future as water use and water demand patterns change, and whether there will be the same predictable and stable water supplies available to Delta farmers as they've relied on in the past. Part of that, and I think Gwen could probably elaborate, but part of that might relate to changing land use patterns, part to climate change, but I'll let Glenn elaborate.
I think we first have to recognize that you're right. We don't have the best written sentence here on this paragraph, so we need to fix that. The concern that has been discussed about Delta farmers and water supply has a lot to do with any changing water flows in the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River in response to other water demands or environmental requirements that are put on both the Central Valley Project, State Water Project, local water diverters who are also at sometimes receive biological opinions or other fish and game requirements. That can actually change the elevation of the waters and because they change the flow patterns frequently in the rivers. And some of the agricultural diverters in the Delta are concerned that in the future this could actually affect their levels, both of the groundwater levels that are associated, because groundwater in many of the areas are connected to the surface waters. It's not something that's happening right now or has historically happened in any great manner, but it has been brought up in several arenas on several projects about that. Also, the concern has been for water quality. If we have more salinity intrusion in the future, either due to climate change or these changes in the operation of other water supply projects, that could affect the salinity requirements in the same manner that the City of Antioch has talked about that to the Council, a concern of water quality. But this sentence in here, I will agree that this paragraph appears to have combined several ideas, and it's not correctly stated in the way this paragraph is, and we'll need to fix that when we put the existing conditions and findings in.
You indicated earlier that the white papers aren't going to be edited and resubmitted because we have to move on to writing the Delta plan, and some of this white papers presumably is going to inform that work. If you're going to tackle agricultural water use in the Delta, it needs a fresh look and more analysis, because it doesn't comport with my limited understanding of both the need to pump at times to keep plants from drowning and then the need to apply irrigated water.
Right.
And so what the future holds is part of what the Delta Plan will look at, but it's also what the Delta Protection Commission and Don and the effort there in the economic sustainability presumably is going to look at, since, as pointed out in the other parts that well document the significance of agriculture to the area, what it might take to maintain agriculture. And I don't think our Delta Plan wants to punt on the issue of water's relevance to Delta agriculture, and this paragraph looks like that.
Okay.
You've also got another paragraph, the page before it, under soil salinity, that does talk about some of this, and I agree that it needs to be clarified. Mr. Fiorini.
I wanted to discuss that same paragraph as well, and Pat's covered some of the questions I had. In terms of irrigation practices, I think it would be real helpful to include an explanation of how lands in the Delta are irrigated, because it's significantly different than a lot of the other agricultural areas in California, particularly as it relates to drainage and pumping water back into the Delta channels. In the last couple of years, there's been some controversy about water rights and who has them, and I think that's a subject that ought to be touched on as well in the white paper.
Joe, you had a comment on that?
I was going to make the point that Randy made, that there has been controversy about water rights. One other thing I want to add that I'm trying to track down, anecdotally, it's been reported to me now that there are some levees in Yolo County, it was reported, that are sinking because groundwater levels have dropped some, and so subsidence is occurring not because of soil oxidation, but because of groundwater levels. So we need to get to the bottom of that so that when we do the facts, as the findings for part of our Delta plan, we actually have valid findings that we can substantiate.
I want to follow up on one of Randy's comments. Not just for the Delta, I agree, for the Delta, but the water rights discussion is something that is alluded to in the white papers, but it's inevitable when we get farther along in developing the Delta plan. We're going to have a broader understanding and some factual basic information statewide and locally on just the range of water rights issue and the claims that are out there against the supply and to the extent we have can get the information. Okay, Ms. Gray had a question, then Mr. Natoli.
Just to follow up on the subsidence issue that you brought up, sustainability to me is very important when you look at land use, and so I think it would be helpful if you could bring information in terms of sustainability as you look at the area that you're looking at for habitat restoration as well as agricultural use. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, I want to first compliment Jeff and Gwen. I thought you did a outstanding job in assimilating from lots of different sources information, and I noted a couple comments I made on the land use plan that you got those aptly noted as you did the agricultural element. I guess I wanted to just turn to, and I concur with what Mr. Johnson said relative to the expanding, I think, and clarifying or further defining water supply and how it affects the Delta. You've already spoken of that. But on your charts, on your Appendix C, because oftentimes people will do these comparisons.
What page are you talking about?
I'm sorry. It's the C2, 3.
C2, 3.
4, and C1, I guess. It's the charts that show inventories of the categories of land use types. And I think it will be important because this is one accounting, a very important accounting. Obviously, the Department of Conservation of the state and other entities may use these categories. But as I was looking down through, particularly with the 2008 reflection on this, and as you account for acres that were lost to other uses and so forth, either different crop patterns or to urbanization or to other types of uses, what occurred to me is that it may be useful from the standpoint of the Delta plan because there's at least a couple of subsets, and Jeff, you know from your work and certainly in the planning side of it, that these are kind of, they're defined, but they're kind of gross categories, because gross in the sense that they don't account for, and I'll use the category on, if we turn to C3, where you have for all the counties, you've got semi-agricultural and rural commercial land. Now, I'm not sure what the definition of that is, but rather than putting something into the urban or built-up land category, it would seem to me that you have uses, not seem to me, I know there are uses out there that support agriculture, and that, as we're talking about agriculture, and so whether they be lands that are dedicated for trucking operations, for processing of certain food types and products that are grown and raised in the Delta. You also have firms that supply equipment needs, fertilizer needs, and they may be on agricultural land, but can be done with a use permit or some other sort of entitlement at the county level. And I don't know if they get counted in the broadly defined category of the underlying zoning, either in an Ag 20 zone, so they're shown as ag land, or if you put them into an urban type of use, because those are important uses. And I think that again, kind of piggyback on what Patrick said, that as we come forward at the commission level with information that will hopefully not only inform but be incorporated into the discussion and the formation of the Delta plan, that when we look at economic sustainability, it's not just about acres farmed or people employed. It's about some of these support activities that are so important, and the proximity to support activities in the Delta, and particularly as it relates to agriculture and to some degree with recreation as well. And I guess we use these charts; these are accurate, so I'm not questioning the accuracy. It's just how we kind of transition or transform that into in the discussion about the Delta Plan into actually recognizing those uses certainly as being appropriate in agricultural areas, and even in the areas where you may have prime land, to have a small carve-out for an operation that beyond that particular farmer or agricultural entity support surrounding agriculture, and proximity is very, very important. So, again, this is not at all a criticism. I just wanted to point that out because I think that's going to be to kind of drill down through it, because otherwise you can take these broad categories and say, well, that's urban, is built up, it's now no longer an agricultural use. Well, if it wasn't there, either on agricultural land or in those small townships or scattered throughout the landscape of the Delta, it would make it very difficult, I wouldn't say it'd be impossible, to continue farming, certainly make it economically sustainable in a lot of cases. And so I would just hope that we could, as we go forward in developing the Delta Plan, incorporate at least some better definition of that in discussion and backup, and hopefully as we, again, put the plan together. So,
would it help if first we explain what these farmland mapping categories are, and probably connect the categories in 84 versus 2008, because you probably noticed they've changed and there are more categories. There are more categories, and some of them are different, and number one. And would it help, number two, then, if we try to relate that to what you were saying, Supervisor Natoli, about land uses, developed land uses that support agriculture? Without them, you wouldn't have viable commercial agriculture.
Yeah. No, I think that you captured it, Jeff. That kind of a long explanation on my part, but I think if you can encapsulate that as going forward, I think that would be very, very useful in final consideration of a plan. Last comment I would just make too, that I did note that in your text, I don't have the particular page, but that you did find that at the local level, the general plans comported with the resource land use and resource management plan for the Delta Protection Act and Commission's adoption, that we do comport, and that there is good parallels between what's in those in general plans, but also in that management plan. And I think it's an important point, because there's often criticism that somehow county's gone way out of bounds on certain types of land uses and so forth, and that it has not historically, or I don't think doesn't represent the case in fact. So, okay, thanks. Done. That's it.
Okay. Other questions? I want to ask a couple of questions. Let's start at the front of the page, paper ES-1, the executive summary page. On lines 37 and 38, you refer to indirect economic activities. And I understand your discussion earlier about the tangential benefits of agriculture as a way of life, but there was no further mention of indirect economic activities. What is this, the famous multiplier effect?
Yeah, it's partly that. So when you read the report, you'll see, and particularly the chapter that talks about the economic value of agriculture, you'll see there's some statistics about the estimated direct dollar value of agricultural output. Right. Then beyond that, there are industries, processing, and other things that add value. So there's that multiplier effect that you're referring to.
In the information you calculate, the kind of raw information, which is the gross state product, the gross regional product, the gross county product, and then your approximation of a delta share of that. Refresh my memory, but agricultural sales is generally the basic ingredient.
Is the base measure.
But it also, and that includes statewide wood products too, is my recollection.
I think that's right. So that's the base measure. Then you add to that the added value from processing and other related activities. And then you add to that the total measure of goods and services related to agriculture, which is what gross domestic product is a measure of, whether it's just for the ag sector or any other sector. So it's really 3 different types of measures, and it can be a little confusing, and if you look at different sources, you might get slightly different numbers depending on how that's measured.
The reason why I mention that is because, I forget who it was, somebody came to me a year ago and said, you had to expand the worth of agriculture to the California economy by the entire cost of all the service industries dealing with food and all the supermarkets, because there'd be no food or supermarket or restaurants without agriculture in California. And I understand the argument he's making, which is just that, dollars alone don't identify worth. But are there professionally recognized rules on this? That I remember a dispute in the legislature some years ago when somebody was calculating something and they said trucks that drive agricultural trucks that drive petroleum products would not drive any other products if petroleum production were destroyed in California. And we were all scratching our head on that, remembering that truckers generally find, as best they can, putting stuff in their truck whenever possible. I mean, are there common acceptable rules that you use in economic measurements on that kind of stuff?
That's a good question. And I would say it is not 100% uniform depending on which report you look at and what they're measuring in terms of how you define what contributes to agriculture. So I think, I think the farther you get away from the direct cash value of agricultural output, the greater chance that, again, depending on the research paper, the more there could be variance between what the author of that paper is attempting to measure. I will follow up, though, on your question about whether, for example, through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, whether they have a standardized definition of what would be gross domestic product of the agricultural sector. They may, and I'll follow up on that.
I could be dead wrong, but I thought they also included some calculations of agriculture-related industrial activity. I could be wrong. I just don't remember.
But I'll follow up on that.
I feel like I need to wade in here. First of all, the term you use is no doubt an economist's term, direct value of agriculture. Typically, we refer to that as farm gate value. That's a term that everybody understands, and it places a point in time as to what the value of the commodities are. Then as far as an economic multiplier, every industry has done those calculations. A can of peaches will result in about a 6-time multiplier as opposed to a bushel of wheat that might only be a 2-time multiplier. So if you really need that information, the best way to do it would be to go to each commodity group that's represented in the Delta, and that information is readily available.
I'm not so much in asking that be developed. I'm trying to figure out what the formulas are, because the most important thing for us to do is make sure we're comparing over time the same information, because I'm interested in trends. Right. More than dollar-specific trend over time, which gets me to the next thing. Just a note on the next page, ES2, line 3 through 7 or something. I kept trying to run down what I think are the different values of the statutory delta agriculture. Unless my mathematics are wrong, 25% of $2 billion is not $700 million, which appears 2 or 3 times later in the report. But these are minor corrections that can get picked up later. And then just further questions on Chapter 2, page 3, 2-3, which I thought was really this is the all counties in the Delta, including Alameda, which we're not studying particularly, but it's the Delta acreage by counties. I'm just curious, why did they do the listing of the counties in this order? I was unable to determine a rational ranking order. I understand you picked it up from the AECOM. Do you have any sense? God knows why it was there. Yeah, okay.
No,
All right.
but we will ask the technical editor. I'm sure they.
Well, all right. Okay. Page 3-4 and 3-5, which I thought was really the interesting thing. Don was asking questions about this same chart. Am I correct on the title of this chart information on 3-4, Delta Farmlands? This is the consistent 737,000 acres from starting in 1984 down to 2008. I can't figure out where the change of 67,000 acres of ag land that was lost would appear in the chart. I mean, I've got the difference between other lands in 1984, 37,000, urban buildup lands of 37,000, then going up to 75. But the numbers just didn't seem to add up. So I'm sure it's a combination of these various factors and changes. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, so you're asking about the change in the acreage of farmland in particular as opposed to built up and the other non-farmland. And I think, but I'll double check. I'll check on this. I think that goes back to a question that came up during the land use white paper. I think Supervisor Natoli, or maybe we talked about this subsequent. But there was a change in the mapping where what had originally shown up as an agricultural land category in '84 became a non-agricultural land category in 2008, and I believe that's because of state ownership, change in ownership to state ownership of that land.
All right.
I'll double check. I think that's the cause. There may be other reasons, but that would be the primary reason.
Yeah, I had questions on the categories as Don did because I didn't understand some of them. But the one that just caught my attention is water. Now, I assume that's the land territory of the Delta, terrestrial and aquatic combined, right?
And this is the 5 Delta counties, I believe, not just the Delta, even though...
No, look at this chart, page 3-4.
I'm looking at the chart. Even though it's labeled that way, 3.8 million acres is the total land area for all 5 Delta counties, not the total land area for the Delta.
Well, okay, answer me the total 5 Delta counties. The water acreage is what? Land that is flooded, or is it waterways, or?
Generally waterways, not land that would be periodically flooded, but is generally not underwater.
It's the counties that include both Vaqueros Reservoir.
I think so. Is that where the category is? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, let me double check how FMMP defines water, but I believe it's land that is permanently inundated or underwater, and obviously waterways.
Okay.
But I'll double check the exact definition of that.
Great, thank you. On page 4.3, as I understand it, the employment of folks in agriculture in the 5 Delta County areas and also within the Delta itself has dropped, you said, by about 11% in 9 years. Now, verbally you attributed a portion of that or all of that or most of that, I don't know which, to efficiencies.
Part of that is efficiency. We also noted that part of it may be related to the general economic decline and maybe decline in processing, agricultural processing. That's something we would need to investigate a little further to get to the bottom of exactly what contributed to that.
What's your sense? And I'm asking for a guess, not a researched opinion. Is this trend likely to continue in agricultural employment?
I think yes, because I think if you look at the longer-term trend going back 20 or 30 years with growing efficiency in agriculture and the ability to create a unit of output with less labor and changes in what's grown in agricultural practices, I think you would continue to see that as a trend.
And I understand this is calling for a guess. What's your likely guess as to the rate of that continuing? I mean, I understand it's very conjectural, hypothetical.
Yeah, I think everything else staying constant. I would think that rate of decline. Council member Peary saying everything isn't going to be constant.
No, it isn't. I'm sure of that.
Yeah,
I'm sure of that.
yeah. But hypothetically, everything else being constant, I think you would see the rate of decline begin to level off, unless there were next bump up of technology that greatly increased the ability to do output with even less labor.
I understand it's not comparable, but historically in any society that industrializes, the proportion of the workforce on agriculture drops.
Yes.
But it never disappears. That's one of the more important things.
The biggest driving factor will be what commodities are grown. If you're growing asparagus, you're going to need a lot of people. If you're growing corn, you don't need too many. That's beyond the technological advances of air-conditioned cab tractors, which tend to cause more farmer owners to do the work than to hire somebody to do it now. It really is going to be a factor of the commodities grown. And who knows what that'll be 20 years from now.
How about the, we've 66,000, 67,000 acres have changed from farmland to other uses. I understand you're going to clarify what some of those uses are, because it may, as Mr. Natoli said, be ag-related and not just agriculture. But we also know from the other white papers that the centers of urban development are San Joaquin and Contra Costa primarily. I think Contra Costa probably the biggest driver and San Joaquin the second. So it's that Contra Costa belt that heads out toward Brentwood, and then it's the Lathrop and Tracy and a little piece of Stockton, and those are the biggest. What's your guess, consolidated guess, of the likelihood of that population density increasing over time?
In the existing urbanized areas within the Delta?
Yeah. I understand it's very, very conjectural. But Contra Costa have tentative plans, I think the other white paper said, for 16,000 homes somewhere out there? I think that's right.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think along Highway 4, there's still probably quite a lot of potential for additional urbanization. I think if you look at San Joaquin County, because you mentioned San Joaquin County as well, if you look at the direction the county appears to be going in its general plan update process, I think there's a desire to not create new towns in the unincorporated area, for example, like Mountain House, so to really focus more in the existing municipal areas, cities, rather.
Let's see here. Page 6.1, this is the future risk chapters that Pat was asking about. But I was kind of interested in your opening statement. The Delta's economy and way of life currently dependent on agriculture. And I agree with that. Factors diminish the Delta's ability to function both as a healthy ecosystem and economic place will threaten its I think you mean its capacity to accommodate both wildlife and people. I want to amplify on that a bit. I know it's not just purely an agricultural issue.
Right. So to the extent that Delta agriculture is compatible with habitat and ecosystem restoration, if those agricultural practices can continue and the type of agriculture can continue, then that would continue to maintain that habitat value. Did you want to? Yeah. So I think maybe we could clarify that if you feel it's a bit unclear and vague.
Yeah, I'm with Mr. Natoli, by the way, on the notion if we can get some clarification, not a major study on the opportunities that exist for agriculture, habitat, or ecosystem purposes, not just in the abstract, but if there are ways of looking to it. The statute that created us kind of called upon ways to make agriculture compatible. That's not the word that was used, but there was some language And I've never seen much that on the identification of sites that, other than the classic habitat, public ownership, maybe easement mention, as opposed to a more nuanced view of the whole thing. Have you run into anything that tickles your fancy on that intersection of issues?
There have been several studies, especially in the Central Valley and San Joaquin Valley, that were done with some initial habitat conservation plan issues down in there to make sure that they could be compatible without, it's not like saying, okay, here we're doing ecosystem restoration, but literally taking the value of the agriculture and showing how it is valuable to the ecosystem habitat. And Fish and Wildlife Service worked with some of those projects in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and an example of that with a Delta County is Solano County, and even though the Habitat Conservation Plan hasn't been adopted, all the technical work has been done, so we know a lot about habitat in Solano County and what it needs. And there was a conscious effort on the part of the county to really work closely with that information to figure out what kind of agriculture and agricultural practices could really help maximize and stay in sync with, if the Habitat Conservation Plan is adopted, to stay in sync so that it could actually be successfully implemented.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just pick up on the point where I think, without getting this too much detail, that there may be some potential conflicts, at least in certain segments of trying to knit this together, because on one hand, you talk about, there was discussion about water usage and need to conserve and so forth, and yet some of the wildlife-friendly farming practices include inundation, and again, it may be at different times of the year than peak times and so forth. And another example is that, at least in Sacramento County, where from the terrestrial creatures, Swenson hawk habitat, you're encouraging either field crops and or in a lot of cases alfalfa, and discouraging vineyards and orchards, which may be on drip systems, and so you get these conflicts that begin to knit themselves together. And certainly Randy knows from farming standpoint, but even in the Delta they present themselves, and so and then you get these easements that try to encourage the habitat of one sort or another, but they may be higher intensity water uses than those where you wouldn't have an easement or necessarily the same biological value, and yet they're better on water usage. And so, that presents a conflict. It kind of takes back to the presentation on the science this morning, where you get these, even on the agricultural, on the land side of this, where you get these conflicts. You're trying to get some diversity and encourage, they say farm-friendly and wildlife-friendly types of activities, but on the water usage side, they may be in conflict.
Mr. Fiorini.
If there is more work done in this area, I strongly urge you to focus your comments on a commodity by commodity or crop by crop basis. In following up with Supervisor Natoli's comments, it varies so widely from crop to crop, and there are some that you can employ standard, workable economic farming practices that are beneficial to terrestrial species. There are others that don't lend themselves to it, or if they do, it's very, very expensive and probably prohibitively expensive. So economics have to play into any agricultural decisions that are made. The interesting thing is there's not a farmer in the Delta that doesn't already know the answers to all these questions. So it might be the first place I'd go to get some help.
No, and we will pull that together if that's the kind of detail that you'd like, both for Delta Plan and EIR. I think it's important. We've worked on water required urban or agricultural water management plans in which they've actually decided not to pursue what would be considered best management practices and other ones because it would have an adverse effect on species that utilize the ditches, either the return flow ditches or the canals that are serving the water. So those all have to, and it's always a negotiation.
Just last question for me. On the little section, the policy issues, carbon sequestration's always interested me. You know, it's an idea that a lot of people talk about. I've never been sure how soon, how fast, how real it is.
Well, when it comes to agriculture, that's an excellent question, and we looked at this a bit in working with Solano County on its climate action plan. And we actually did have, I forget the gentleman's name, but we did have someone who was quite knowledgeable about that. And one of the things we learned was there are so many variables related to the farming practice and management, the soil characteristics, what you're growing. Different types of plants, as you can imagine, have different carbon sequestration potential depending on their growth patterns and whether it's a vineyard or orchard crop versus alfalfa or some kind of truck crop. Or grazing land, and there are just a lot of variables, and it's hard to generalize what the carbon sequestration potential of agriculture is.
Okay.
There is potential, but you can't generalize, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Other questions by members? Joe, did you have any questions? Okay. All right. I'd like you to stick there for a minute. We'll ask for public comments on the white paper, and there may be something you want to respond to. Mr. Zuckerman. Did you fill out a blue form, Mr. Zuckerman? If you would fill one out, Mr. Zuckerman. Informed testimony on matters of pertinent information. Okay. Mr. Zuckerman.
I'm exempted by the grandfather.
Mr. Zuckerman is a revered senior citizen, recognized as such, therefore allowed to talk. We're still going to fill out the blue form for you.
I think you need to spend some more time on this white paper. I understand the difficulty that your consultants have in doing this all quickly, but it's also important that you get it closer to being right than this one is. It's an enviable compilation of all kinds of statistics, some of which appear to be relevant, some of which do not. But I think it misses the overall character of the agricultural economy in the Delta and how it's interrelated with the wildlife management and the wildlife-friendly stuff. The fact that it really hasn't changed over the last 100 years. We're still farming basically the same ways we did then, and there's some impressions that are created here that I think are false and could very well provide a false basis for conclusions. I know many of you on this panel are familiar with a lot of that because you've exhibited that in the last 10 minutes from your questioning. I'd be willing to help. I don't want to go through a line-by-line explanation at this point, but if an opportunity is provided to have some input that's actually going to be read and possibly used, I'd be happy to volunteer to do that.
I appreciate that, and just kind of to you, but also to anybody else who's interested. On all of the white papers, we actually are encouraging written comments and response, because what we're going to do when we get to the Delta Plan stages, Ms. Buchholz indicated, is we're going to try to construct the language, particularly the contextual language, that affects each section we're required to address by law. And these white papers are bound to have big pieces that will appear in draft form. Now, admittedly, we'll have 4 versions of the draft plan and 3 versions of the Delta plan for people taking a lot of shots, but it would be really terrific, Tom, if you could consider shoot us the 10 things that irritate you the most or you think need the most immediate change, because those are the kinds of things we can hopefully correct, edit, and adjust, assuming we agree with them, and get them in the earlier drafts of the plan. The problem we get is, a lot of people wait till they want to see the last draft plan, and then they give us 75 ideas of minor technical changes. Buried at the end are the 10 major policy changes that we ought to be spending our time on. So I'm trying to get a system where we can get the technical changes, the mathematical corrections, the definitional terms, the map adjustments if needed. Try to get all that stuff in as early as we can so we can start going through the ideas. And it is a rushed sequence of events, but unavoidable given the statutory limit.
Yeah. And part of the problem is that to attempt to write a discrete paper just on the agricultural aspects. This isn't one.
because it bleeds over into a few examples like the sandhill crane and so forth that are adjuncts to what's going on. But it's very difficult to isolate Delta agriculture in this mosaic of uses that's going on out there. It's all interconnected.
Well, in fact, we actually wound up requesting a separate agriculture paper because the issue was partially addressed in the land use paper and the ecosystem paper, but then a bunch of us complained that it wasn't specific enough, and we wanted to have some short emphasis, so we forced poor CH2M Hill to go back to the drawing boards on a targeted contextual information on agriculture. And of course, nothing's ever perfect, but that was our approach.
Yeah, well, I'll be happy to make some specific
if you would, that'd be very helpful.
I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, but of course, I'm still looking for the Tom Zuckerman Delta Plan, statutory compliance, all provisions written out, annotated footnotes.
Well, you know, I have a limited staff that I can work with, but I am working on it.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Zlotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Greg Zlotnick with State and Federal Contractors. I will claim not to be senior, and before Mr. Chairman says, I'm sure I'm not revered. So, just a few comments. It is difficult to know where and what's going to be important since we don't know what's going to get excerpted. So we will be providing written comments as well. Just a few things on the paper. One, we'd like to certainly endorse Mr. Fiorini's comment about the water rights issue, and particularly, at least as I understand, the various categorizations of ag land. It was a secure irrigation supply or something fed into those definitions, and so it may have implications for those various categories down the road in terms of what could happen in the future.
You said secured water supply?
There's something in the definition of the various
Mr. Goldman, on that point,
or something.
That's an interesting question, Mr. Goldman. Is there a designation by a state agency or a calculation that identifies secured water sites for ag land, or something? That's what you're suggesting?
Well, no, in the various categories of so-called important ag lands, I think it is, the highest category has something about it's got a secure water irrigation supply or something.
Yeah, I don't know if secure is the word that's used. I'll go back and check. But I think your idea is right. That among the criteria for what's prime farmland is water availability and irrigation. So that is true.
It's
we'll find it. We'll find it.
The definitions are
it's in here
at the end of the report in appendix.
A dependable water supply is one that is available for the production, whatever. It's dependable water supply.
Yeah.
So there could be implications for that in terms of acreages.
Much of these categories are from what, the Department of the Farmland Mapping stuff?
The Farmland Mapping Program from the U.S. USDA Department of Conservation.
One of the answers may come if we just find out how they define reliable, dependable water supply and what source they use to develop it. I think you're right. That would be interesting.
Yeah. And then a few things. One on page 2-2.
But of course, everybody knows that for in Delta use, it's prior to everybody else, isn't it?
Of course.
Okay, good. Is that a concession we can enter on behalf of the contractors?
There's issues about appropriative rights. 2-2, lines 8 through 14, just one of our greatest hits. We just don't think that the 85021 section is really applicable to the plan, and so just once again put that on record, and don't think it should be in the document. On page 5-1.
5-1.
I'll find it. It's line...
wait till we get there for.
Yeah, line 12.
Yes, sir.
Just got to find it myself here.
The biodiversity of plant and animal species?
Oh, and this goes, Joe actually made the comment. I think it would be useful, you've got the numbers in here, but the notion that 95%, or there's actually a paper from 1998 by Andy Cohen, it said up to 98% of the biomass is non-native. I think that just is a powerful figure that the numbers don't convey. So just wanted to suggest that.
Okay.
And then on... the last comment on page 6-3 and 6-4, it's basically the same issue. On 6-3, it's lines 28 and 29. 6-4, it's line 36, the bullet. the idea of putting in that a speculative comment or conjecture that we might have to release more fresh water upstream to repel salt just doesn't seem really
I can understand why you would prefer that our consultants not express their opinion on that, but since this is their opinion as opposed to a formal part of the plan, suffice it to say that we encourage a diversity of opinions to come before us, even including our consultants.
Well, that's true, and this paper is, but if it's going to make its way into the formal EIR, that's a different story. And, again, this is just speculative.
Let me mark it down as indicating the water contractors object to the implications that it might appear anywhere in the Delta plan.
That would certainly, in terms of as a policy conclusion, yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Don't have any more blue sips. Anyone else like to weigh in on this one? On the ag white paper? Mr. Koutras is shaking his head yes. He wants to no. He's shaking his head no. Okay. All right. Gwen and Mr. Goldman, you've endured this for a shorter time than I predicted, I must confess. Thank you very much for doing it. And whenever you get the follow-up information, why don't you and Gwen talk to Joe about the best way to present it to the council? I'm not quite sure what the right format and how
We
would be
can
done.
provide it as follow-up for next council meeting.
Oh, okay, great. Good. I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah, sure.
Natoli.
And this kind of goes to your response, Mr. Chair, a few moments ago, that, in asking for the agricultural element, because I think that one other thing that occurred to me was that with the recreational uses that, again, ring a lot of the, certainly levee and perimeters of areas that are farmed, and you may have support activities that support marinas or tourism or camping or RV use, whatever it may be. That as you look at those categories, and again, those are integrated throughout the Delta, and there can be conflicts from time to time. But even on the waterway side, with wave action and so forth, or wake from the boats. But I think it's important, again, as you're looking at land use, agriculture, and certainly and for the Commission's work, bringing forward the economic sustainability plan, that we recognize, how that not just fits in job categories or employment or days of use and so forth, but that is that fabric out there, and again, that whatever that balance is. May or may not be good in one particular location, but that's what exists in the Delta, and I think it's important because that's you might see some use of the land that's farmland and go into a category, but again, back to the point I made earlier about the urbanization or conversion of land, it may be with one of the other uses that's compatible, at least in large part, not with the Delta plan, but also with historical uses in the Delta, certainly in recent generations anyway, and so I would just wanted to point that out. And one last question that I could, and this goes to page 5-4, lines 17 through 22, and this whole thing about the carbon cap and trade and so forth, and it just you pull some information together, and I was interested in the definition by growing 4 potential crops, and I understand rice and even fish, but fish food and carbon, and then you explain that carbon is wetland vegetation to sequester carbon. Are those really crop categories? And who brought that language for you? I mean, I turned to the farmer on the board here again. Is that something?
Are you talking about line 19?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, that's not your definition, but I was a little puzzled by. And again, I appreciate the explanation behind growing carbon, what that meant, but.
Yes. We can.
That's right.
And if those are categories that are used, Gwen, I don't know. I'd not seen that as in any crop category. Maybe that's because it hasn't been.
It's been a long time since I looked at that study, so we'll provide that information to you at the January council meeting as part of the responses.
That would be January. I wanted to point out. I don't need to have that.
No, we need. I think what it does point out, though, is that as we move to the next 2 documents, the Delta plan and the existing conditions, we can't just sort of spring a paragraph in like this. It needs a lot more detailed information behind it.
Right. And I wasn't quite sure either what growing fish food is, but maybe there's a defined crop behind fish food. Okay.
Unless it's that little frozen stuff
Yeah,
I
maybe.
used to have when I had a
Dry
fish
stuff in the
tank.
can.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Mr. Fiorini? Nope. Okay. Mr. Goldman, thank you very much. Appreciate it a great deal. Okay. Gwen, you have some other things under this
That's right.
Delta Plan thing you want to talk to us
Right.
about. What order do you want to take them up in?
Let's do the Delta Plan outline next.
Okay. Members, this is Attachment 3. Attachment 3. Draft Delta Plan outline, iteration 5,976.
That's right, and it's not finished yet.
And more to come.
So, first of all, I want to apologize because we were able to get the page numbers this month, but we missed the line numbers. So, we are trying harder here. So, I just wanted to acknowledge that we didn't have line numbers on this version, and we will do that in the future. Let me just talk about what this is, and so this is the first draft that we're providing. It's actually the second draft we're providing to the council because we had a draft back in August, the council meeting, and since then we've had some other thoughts and processes and expanded the outline substantially. We've started off with, we envision that there'll be an executive summary on this document. There will be a standalone document. So it not only will be with the Delta Plan, but it will be a standalone document and developed for all readers to understand what would be in the Delta Plan and a little bit of the background.
And, by the way, you're not asking for a formal vote
I'm
on
not
this.
asking.
You're asking for reactions and comments and suggestions. Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
No, please, not a formal vote. This is some thoughts we're bringing forward to receive input from the council members and receive input from the public and the other agencies. We have the background and the overall outline would include a background and need, a purpose and use of the Delta Plan, organizationally how it would be set up for the reader. A brief discussion of what the alternatives would be. The Delta Plan is not the place where we'll be looking at the alternatives. We propose that would be happening in the EIR, but we do want some discussion of the alternatives considered. And then some specific recommendations. And as we spoke to it in the notice of preparation, we're looking at developing in a manner of findings, goals, and objectives, strategies and actions, performance measures, targets and monitoring to confirm meeting the objectives and strategies and adaptive management. And that would be sort of the heart and soul of the Delta Plan. And it would go along with the factors we talked about last time at the council meeting and the figure that's in the notice of preparation that focuses on the co-equal goals and water resources, restoring the Delta ecosystem, protecting, enhancing the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place, improving water quality, reducing risks in the Delta. Then we after talking about each of those goals individually, we'd integrate them together. We also are proposing that the Delta Plan include in the Delta Plan, not as a separate document, the governance plan and the finance plan. Right now, we've published this on December 6th. Actually, went up the morning of the 7th. And even since then, we're starting to work on things, and as we write, we sort of have suggestions as we go forward on that. And so that we want to make sure that one of the things we felt that was missing in this, that we need to make sure that we have a focus in the Delta Plan outline, as we probably will foresee it in future versions, of the inclusion of science and best available science, best engineering practices, adaptive management, and we'll be certainly adding definitions and all of that process. So that's where we're at. I'd like to get your feedback on this as we are initiating this next phase of our project.
Ms. Gray.
Just a comment. I think the outline is certainly comprehensive, but I think what will be important is to detail the information you put behind each area as it relates to making sure that it's balanced in terms of our co-equal goals.
Okay. Joe.
Now, I wanted to just add a little bit more to what Gwen said. It's my view that it's really important that we have very clear findings. And so it's very important in the plan that we actually extract the key points that relate to the Delta plan, and that's in a prominent place in the plan. So whether the finding is that Greg Zlotnick uses too much water, or I don't know, whatever the finding
Mark
is.
that down.
Yeah. So we'll find. Only when I'm in Sacramento. There are key findings that I think are really important that will help drive policy, and so that was the first thing that we do. And then the next thing is actually to develop goals and objectives. Okay, we know the findings are essentially the problem statement and the goals and objectives in each of these areas, and then we have strategies, and then we have to measure whether those strategies are effective. So what are the performance measures and adaptive management if either we have selected wrong goals or the facts change or whatever, for whatever reason. That whole process is really important. I expect it will be controversial. I expect as we come up with findings that will in some cases cause people to really say, what? Hopefully those findings have been in some of the documents. In some cases maybe they haven't been, but it will be really important as this goes forward that we are really clear about the findings that the council is using to then set the objectives to address the issues that we find there. And I think the findings include legislative findings, but also other findings that we've made as we've looked at the issues. So I just kind of wanted to, I don't know if I'm explaining well what this means, but I would expect that our plan is the first, about mid-February to release the first draft of a Delta plan that includes all of this stuff, so that beginning in February and then 4 days a month for the next 4 months, we go through findings and objectives and strategies and performance measures and adaptive management all for all of these things. And it will be a fairly intense process. I'm really looking forward to it. But so I added to what Gwen said, but I wanted to make a point about how important each of those steps is. The findings will be really important. Hopefully we'll get them concise and short, but undoubtedly we'll end up with 100 or something on that order.
Gwen, you've heard some of my thoughts before, but I'm becoming more and more comfortable with this version of your box chart with the 6 categories, which are not exact. They include all of the legislative objectives defining the co-equal goal, but they give a slightly different structure to it, which I think is more meaningful. So I think that's not bad. I also like the notion that under each of the component parts we'd have a set of findings. I echo Joe's comment. I often, and we've been looking again and again at that old study, the Mel Lane study on what turned out to be the Bay Conservation Development Commission, the Save the Bay Commission that was authorized by the legislature. And they managed to include a lot of technical and other stuff, but they also had a nice structure on using findings. I don't think that was quite the right word, but close. And it's a useful way to try to visualize a governmental report that's almost understandable, as opposed to much of what we typically do. So I like the findings approach, and I also like your notion of including the 3 proofs, verifications of achieving the objectives, which is the performance measures, a target, and so on and so forth, and monitoring, but also the best available science and adaptive management, all of which we're statutorily required to do, but you've managed to give it a structure that forces us to do it, and that's, it's too easy to lose it. Then the last thing, just as we went through this, I went through this, on page 5 of the outline, there's a section I like a lot, and I hadn't thought about it much, but this is the implementation of integrated policy objectives, because all of these fit together. They don't stand alone. And I think this approach allows us to stop, pause, and think about the integration of all of these things, which isn't always possible as you go through the whole range of stuff. So now I understand that you reserve the right to change any and all order as a recommendation to us at any time in the future, but I think it's a pretty good start.
And if I may, I would like to point out one thing that we've already identified that we need to change for everybody.
One of the things I like that's now getting deleted?
No, it's an addition. On page 2, it's an example, and this would be an example in every one of the co-equal objectives or co-equal goals. If you look between findings and then we go to policy strategies, we're going to looking back at this after we wrote this. Going back to traditional strategic planning concepts, you really need to do findings, then goals and objectives before you move to strategies and the actions. So we have now, as we're starting to work with this outline, going to be suggesting the addition between findings and the line that says policies and strategies, adding in the goals and objectives. And then that would be the basis for looking at then there subsequently would be strategies to implement those objectives. Objectives being much more specific than the goals. So goals, a hierarchy of goals, objectives, then strategies and actions, and the performance measures to make sure those objectives are met. And so I just want to make sure that that's already something we're suggesting as we start writing to add. So the goals and objectives there.
Mr. Fiorini.
I want to affirm that. I was going to mention that because that was such an effective part of the Delta Vision process in their final report.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that Phil didn't mention, and it's one that I really like, and that is under policies and strategies, examples and case studies with illustrative maps.
Yeah.
For a simple person like me, I need to see real-life examples.
Hand over your wallet.
I need to see real-life examples of where implementation has occurred and successes have arisen out of. I think that's going to be a real key part. So I like the way it's organized, and I'm glad that on the finance plan you separated out the council operations versus all of the other implementation activities, because I think it's important to delineate between those two.
Yep.
We also, too, are thinking about adding maps in the integration chapter so that you can see how these different individual pieces fit together.
Yeah.
We'll have to do that in our own right to make sure that we don't have the conflicts. And we're in parallel developing the alternatives at the same time.
Ms. Marcus.
You're going to use the official Delta map.
Yeah.
That's right, that official Delta map. The one that comes in wallet size to wall size.
Right. Ms. Marcus, I assured everyone that you were only obeying the speed limits and not exceeding them as you rushed over here.
That's right, I was. My total apologies. I just had personal things that I had to do, and I'm very, very sorry I'm late. And I'm particularly sorry, Gwen, that I saw that your slides were up as I went by the windows, and I was bummed out, so I may repeat some things. I mean, it's interesting to look at it. You got to start with an outline, right? But we'll figure it out as we go along, because the guts of what's in there, of course, isn't in there yet. And so even the for instance or the like what, for me, is a little vague. And I appreciate what you just added about goals and objectives in between. And I just want to, again, sort of restate my concern, which is that there's a way to do goals, objectives, and all that, and actually make it readable and as short as possible while still being comprehensible. So so many government documents sort of fill in the boxes the right way in an orderly format, but they don't sing, there's no story, it's not intelligible. I liked the Delta Vision report was an example of a report that was both orderly and to the point, colorful but clear and not too long. So
marginally colorful and marginally clear.
I would say
we could have done it better,
colorful and exceedingly clear, just like its primary author. But there was something that did jump out at me when I was looking at it in the executive summary. As you're looking at the executive summary, I know this probably goes without saying, but nothing in there was about what the plan was, or a summary of the plan. Sort of in between achieving the goals and what the purpose and use was, there wasn't what it was. So I just want to make sure that doesn't really get forgotten. The other thing I had a question about, or jumped out at me, and it may be that you talked about where this would go, is you're thinking, actually, I guess probably two questions. One is, you're thinking about where the fact that BDCP won't be done yet, and everybody knows that we're supposed to incorporate it, even though it's at a level of detail that goes far beyond the programmatic. But helping us think through what the programmatic level that we can get to, I think, is going to be the hardest part of the next few months, while knowing that there's this sort of space that would be occupied by the Delta plan, and it wasn't obvious to me where that would fit, and whether it seems to me that we should call it out, and maybe I'm wrong about that, and I don't feel strongly, but it was just a question mark. The second set of question is, we're going to have a plan, and then it seems like there needs to be a guide, and perhaps this is what you have in terms of thinking about the integrative, well, it's policy objectives. Where are we saying what legislation is going to need to be in order to do what we think the plan ought to be, what all the various agencies ought to do to make this plan work? I mean, our goal is to say what really ought to be and then figure out how to get it done, and that linkage between what ought to be and it actually being by giving a laundry list to the legislature and agencies of all the things that we expect them to do. For lack of a better word, I'll turn to you, Mr. Chairman, for what that right word is I think, going to be pretty important. Because I don't, we know this isn't supposed to be a document on the shelf. That's clear from the legislation and clear from all of our conversations with everybody. And I think we're going to need to emphasize that by actually having the to-dos right there with little boxes that they're going to have to check someday.
Right. And we had started thinking about that in the governance plan, but the governance plan portion of this.
Oh, that's where you would put it.
But we'll need to, I think I'll make sure that it's more specific as we move forward, but those are both good parts of that. With respect to Bay Delta Conservation Program and other programs that are at various levels of preparation, we have on top of page 2, we started listing those, and that is not a complete list. I want to say that right up front.
Excuse me.
But we need to explain how those are included and how they're thought about, per se. One of the other ones, in addition to Bay Delta Conservation Program, is the fact of the Delta Protection Commission's Economic Sustainability Plan. According to legislation, is to be prepared to be for consideration by the Council. But the timing of that will be subsequent to us getting the first versions, especially the first versions of the Delta Plan to the Council. So we're going to need to work through that and hopefully get some information to you.
Supervisor Natoli assures me they've expedited the processing, should be ready in 3 weeks. Is that what you said, Don?
No, Mr. Chair, I didn't say that. But we're going to do our best. But we've got some work ahead. We're challenged. We're going to hopefully have a consultant on board in January.
But these are, it raises a complicated set of questions. And I don't know how to address them either, but we'll know, BDCP may be not the easiest, but at least we'll know a lot about it, even if it's not everything. And we'll have a skeleton, we think we'll have a preliminary on the economic sustainability study by
mid to late spring.
Yeah, which would be in time for us to get it in one of the earlier drafts in some form or another. But how detailed it is not yet clear until they sign up the consultant. The Central Valley flood stuff seems to be receding in terms of a final deliverable product. And some of these others, Suisun Marsh plan is probably the closest thing. We've got something the DSC and others have checked off on. That's probably the closest thing to what we'd call a complete for consideration project that I can think of that's out there. We've got, of course, the flow recommendations or criteria are reports already submitted. But I don't know. I agree. We had to address it somehow.
And I think as we come forward, what we're planning on doing is we come forward with the different versions of the Delta plan. We probably need to call out certain things, even if it's in text boxes, to indicate that either it's a preliminary set of information or that information is forthcoming.
Please.
I think it may just be that I haven't had this coffee yet, and so my brain's not working, because I may have even asked this before. When you all look nationally or even internationally, I mean, there's nothing, this is as unique as anything. out there. But are there any models of plans on highly complex issues like this that you think not are models but are more instructive? I mean, I don't remember seeing anything on the Everglades that was particularly helpful, but some of the Chesapeake Bay stuff is pretty complicated with the multiple states, but it doesn't have the same infrastructure.
Right.
Challenges.
Chesapeake Bay, the Colorado River programs that are going on right now, because, again, multiple states, multiple resources, and multiple implications of that. Some of the work that I've seen in addition to that were some of the things on the Columbia even that started years ago and go forward now, and especially that actually extends up towards Canada and everything else on that. When I've worked on that in the past. And then there's even some things within this state and within other states like Texas that are having to grapple with limited resource processes. But I think the bigger deal is that when we move to, and we'll be bringing this back to you for the February council meeting, is our assumptions of what the future looks like for the EIRs, no project, no actions, assumptions are going to be, that's where we'll bring all that back to you in February. And for your, because we aren't going to wait till the end for the draft EIR, we're going to bring that chapter to you first.
Okay. Okay. Other questions on the draft outline? Again, this is not calling for a vote. This is calling for ideas, comments, suggestions, nudges, thoughts. Okay.
And we're making changes, too. This is my...
Gwen, I want to at least ask if there's any public comment on this also. On the outline, Mr. Koutras, you're standing in the back. Fill out a form. You have those forms, young lady? Okay. Mr. Koutras. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. On the subject of ideas, thoughts, and suggestions, Ms. Buckholz answered one of my questions, which was, if you recall, at the Clarksburg meeting, you held a member of the Delta Conservancy presented a PowerPoint. I know, Mr. Eisenberg, you may not have looked at it because it was a PowerPoint, but they had listed...
I carefully examined PowerPoints while reserving my views of the software.
All right. They listed out responsibilities of the Conservancy and actions, and so I think that's important to note here in this section on page 2 of inclusion of other ideas.
Yeah, they have to develop, what do they call a strategic plan, Joe? Is that the right word?
In addition to a number of other tasks.
Yeah.
So that's one thought. The other is more of a line of a question, and what is going to be the plan here of the council? And I realize you won't have the answer today, but the statute is pretty specific on what has to happen before you can include the Bay Delta Conservation Plan in your plan.
Right.
And given that it appears there will be a time delay in the completion of the BDCP, my question and the thought I have here is, well, what are you going to do with that? Are you going to, even though your statute restricts you, I think, that some things have to happen before you can even include it in the Delta plan. I think that's a future discussion topic here for the council.
Yeah, I do too. And I've said it a lot of times. I think it's near certain that we will not have a completed BDCP plan in time enough to have it reflected in our Delta plan.
At least
on the other hand, on the other hand, there is a pile of information that is in the public realm that they have produced, and as I understand it, one of the techniques we have used extensively and will use extensively is look at the information that's available in existing reports, studies, research, and evaluation, including BDCP and their attendant component parts. And the question I'd ask is if a component part, I have no idea which one it would be, pick component part X. Maybe they have smart ideas on the Suisun Marsh. I'll just use that as an example. I have no idea. You look at it and say, well, does that fit with what we know? What do our science people say about that? That's one of the things we ought to examine. And I would not hesitate to integrate elements of anything. As long as it's a public document, it seems to me that that's the relevant consideration. on this whole list. And you know, an opportunity to talk at our next meeting about this subject may be a good idea. Maybe a good idea.
I thought I'd raise it because I'm struggling with trying to see how you would do that when it says you can't incorporate. I'll turn it around. You can't incorporate it unless these hurdles have been met, and clearly they're not going to meet the hurdles. So I think it's worthy of a conversation of how that's going to happen.
Well,
obviously,
it doesn't quite read that way. It says the Bay Delta Conservation...
that's my interpretive reading.
Well, no, I know. It says, shall be considered for inclusion in the Delta Plan in according with the following chapter. And it says then, the BDCP shall not be incorporated unless it meets all of the following conditions.
Right.
But is an element that is proposed to be part of a plan that's not yet adopted the plan itself? I don't think so.
It depends on which element you're talking
about.
No,
well, let's put it this way. If the rule is that nothing can be included with which I disagree, then, of course, nothing will go into our report on any subject whatsoever, since there's always somebody.
Greg has already left the meeting. He and I would have agreed on that. Nothing can go on the
Stranger
plan.
things have happened in life, and I'm sure that this is entirely possible, but not yet.
Right.
Look, I'm interested in looking at ideas, and we have an infinite array of ideas. God knows the counties sent us, 25 different ideas for individual discrete projects that we took a look at for early action. Some of them we're shoving over to a Delta Plan consideration. And I know from experience that most of the government studies and projects, this will shock everyone, tend to duplicate each other in substantial parts. Not totally, but in substantial parts. I want to look at everything that's available and make a judgment as to whether it fits with the statute and is good public policy.
I understand your charge. I'm just I'm struggling with obviously with the whole BDCP process issues, et cetera. Well known, and I won't repeat them, but I'm trying to figure out how that gets integrated into the Delta Plan. So I just raised that. I know it'll be an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you, my test is, for me, the threshold test is whether they meet the standard of being consistent or helping us reach the co-equal goals. For me, that's the measure. It's not the only measure, obviously, but it's at least a threshold measure.
And sir, I don't argue that's your call as a council as how to meet the co-equal goals, and your plan is drawn around that. And certainly, we support that. But the BDCP itself, the statute, and I think what we've got to struggle with is it requires certain. Does Fish and Game find it's a NCCP, does this, does that, et cetera, which we know won't happen by the time you develop the initial go-round of the Delta Plan.
Right.
So I'm legitimately trying to raise a question here of what do we do with that? Can you and your role as a council take a component of the BDCP, even though it hasn't met these tests, and pull it in? And I'm raising a question, and obviously it'll be.
It says the Delta Plan access shall, we shall adopt it by January 1st, 2012, shall include sub-goals and strategies to assist in guiding state and local agency action relating to the Delta. Council shall consider each of the strategies and actions set forth in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan and may include any of those strategies or actions. The Delta Plan may also identify specific actions state or local agencies may take to implement. And then, you go on and on and on. And then, they've got mandates for us to do kinds of things. Yeah, including conveyance, which is the main subject of typical traditional controversy.
Yes. And it does. It does.
The Delta Plan shall promote options for new and improved infrastructure relating to the water conveyance in the Delta, storage systems, and for the operation of both to achieve the co-equal goals.
No dispute. It's clear, it's there, but it doesn't say that piece you pull from the unfinished BDC.
Well, I understand the principle you want to make. You want to reserve the right to object to the things you don't like that might get in our Delta plan, while not saying no to projects you've supported in other contexts.
No.
No?
No, I can't agree with that characterization. But
Yeah, I wouldn't see it that way necessarily. I think you've raised that's sort of the question I was trying to get at that we have to figure out. I think the key difference, and Gwen is really the expert here, is that we're at a programmatic level where BDCP is actually at a permit level. And so you can have things that are in parallel, but it's the difference between a permit to actually do things and a program that promotes. The word there is promote. So there's some aim high and steering stuff here that is going to overlap, where I think we can draw on the work that's been done to date and say where work hasn't been done to date. But that's what I think for us is going to be interesting, is how do you navigate that void without being silent? Because we're definitely not supposed to be silent, and yet we can't step into what you would need for a permit level decision. But I see a way where we can provide sort of the umbrella and guidelines of what we, honestly, the full council believe is the right place to go, and we're given the authority and the obligation to do that. But I think there'll be plenty of time where we'll have legal and other experts arguing about what the distinction is between that level of detail.
Our hope is that the council actually provides a forum for involvement that hasn't heretofore occurred, to consider alternatives that haven't been considered and are not on the table in the BDCP process. So we're looking forward to a more open look from the council on these issues, consistent with your statutory. I think that's the only thing that I'm struggling with, is hearing we're going to use pieces of the BDCP when we've raised issues consistently, meaning the Delta counties, that there are alternatives that haven't been considered, the purpose and need statements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm looking to the council to meet just exactly what the chair has lined out, that yes, you have to talk about and promote and conveyance issues, but what those are and what alternatives exist to that, I'm looking forward to not just drawing from the BDCP. And maybe I should have started with that point.
Well, you didn't say this, but we've had other people say to us, for example, no conveyance changes should be made whatsoever, except to reduce exports, and conservation is the answer to every question. Okay. That, to me, is very clearly contrary to statute.
You have a statute that you have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we operate under the statute.
Right.
And I understand why people wish the statute were not adopted. Some of the people who made those recommendations opposed the statute being adopted, but it was adopted, and it is the law of California now. So everything's a matter of selection and judgment, but the legislature gave us at least some paths we must follow to reach the co-equal goal, and they're all, most of them are deeply controversial. And I'm open to ideas from any source and not closing them down. I understand the legal points you're trying to make.
Thank you.
And I think it's a fair one. Okay, well. I think it's probably worthy to have an hour or so discussion at a council meeting shortly on this pithy subject.
Yeah, anyone who's a professor, assign this to your class, if appropriate. Take home exam.
And I also think we need to use the CEQA process for looking at this too, because the CEQA process needs to look at the range of we're trying to make it a range of alternatives, not in a traditional CEQA, so it sort of follows more of a NEPA reasonable range concepts. And in that process, looking at with and without BDCP, or with and without portions of BDCP, or different types of methods to meet those conveyance and storage requirements is part of our charge for the EIR. We can use the CEQA process for that process to inform, to provide information for the council.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Minton. Now, wait a minute. Mr. Zuckerman, you're going to fill out the form the second time. He did. Okay. Well, I've got him in pile. Okay. Mr. Minton. Where did Mr. Minton? There he is.
Good afternoon. Joe Minton with the Planning and Conservation League. This outline seems to me like as good as any place to start. And you're going to learn more as you get into it and say, well, does it work? I do concur with Commissioner Marx's thought. Let's make this something that's more readable. We have all seen those reports, section 4.2.3.1, not so good. As to the issue of BDCP, it's been noted it's quite possibly not going to be complete. We do not think that means you disregard materials. You look at everything. Now, we don't agree with everything that's been developed for BDCP, and we note that there's a lack of some scientific substantiation for some of it, but we'll argue about that. You have to look at everything. Let me offer you one cautionary note and 3 recommendations. The cautionary note is when you do findings, have some humility. And even a process for rechecking those findings.
Yeah, we were actually having a conversation earlier this week about the fact-checking process. There will be one, but we have been increasingly focusing on that stuff because all these reports that everybody keeps referring to, a lot of times nobody's gone back to look at what the report said and how they then documented their assertions, and that's a process that we actually had that conversation earlier in the week.
That's why we bugged your office.
Yes.
But let me add to that, not just checking the facts at a given point in time, but as you do your 5-year updates, go back and look at those facts again. Are they still correct?
Yeah.
Is the estimate of groundwater overdraft still correct? Have things changed? We tend to get wedded to our findings and live with them throughout the rest of our lives. As we all know, as you grow older, you always focus on the music that you heard when you were, 12 to 17 or something? And pretty soon, mine won't even be on the oldies. And that's concerning to me. 3 specific suggestions. Somewhere up front, address phasing. You talk about schedules a little bit, or in near term and long term, but as has been noted, a plan 90 years out, what are you going to do? And that leads to...
in the draft, there's actually a mention. We know we're going to have a mid-century in 2050, but Gwen said we've got to figure out some other interim points.
Well, I'd suggest, with what should specifically be done, as specific as you can. It's programmatic. I got that. But some to-dos. What do we do in the next 5 years? Oh, great, here's a plan, and by the mid-century, we ought to have fish a-jumping and everybody having the kids around that water fountain picture, But what should be done? Again, you're also kind of wrestling with programmatic. You can't be project-specific, but at least you're programmatic. And one way to reconcile with BDCP, or in my way of thinking, was, are you setting up some kind of sideboards? Here's kind of the range in which projects ought to operate, including what ought to be done in the next 5 years. And that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Minton, thank you very much. Ms. Connie Ford? Ms. Ford? There you are. Sacramento County Water Resources Department.
Hi, my name's Connie Ford of Sacramento County Department of Water Resources. I think that you folks are doing an awesome job staying on the schedule and developing some goals. I've been privileged to participate in several of the other forums with the Delta Protection Commission and the Delta Conservancy Board and some of their subcommittee meetings. And so I'm seeing a little bit bigger picture of how all of this mandated project is supposed to come together at the end. So part of my question is, I see that the outline is including the Delta Protection Commission, but I don't see the Conservancy written in there. And so and their strategic plan, and they are starting on that, and I've been kind of participating with helping them work on some of that. And that's one of their questions too, is how is that going to work, and where do you foresee that coming into play?
They are certainly included. They just weren't in the list on this, absolutely. And many other agencies, too. Actually, we have another list that right now we're going through, and it's literally over 2.5 pages long.
Oh, I would bet. This is an amazing undertaking.
Yeah. Well, by the way, when you talk to the Conservancy folks, not that they haven't heard it before, the earlier we get their plan, the greater the opportunity that it gets fair consideration.
Right.
If we get it 2 weeks before our final version, I mean, there's no practical way to give it serious attention. That's why the Delta Protection Commission is thinking about what do you call it, an interim or preliminary economic development report as a way to try to just mark the issues that are important for the discussion earlier in the Delta Plan development. I don't know about the Conservancy.
And they're working on an interim strategic plan, taking a leaf out of your book, in part because that's what ties their funding, the release of their funding mechanism, and how do you develop a plan when you're not funded, and then this whole state crisis where they don't have staff is frustrating to them.
I agree, and we are having a meeting with the 3 executive officers and the 3 board chairs to discuss some of these issues in the next couple of weeks.
And they've mentioned that some of that was going on as well to help with that. And so they want to do that. I was just wanting to see if that was in here. The other observation I have that I didn't put on my note paper because I hadn't thought of it, and by the way, Mr. Koutras and I were on the same page with the Delta Conservancy question. That was kind of amusing. But the other thing I've seen is the independent science review, and I've participated in some of that. And you asked a question that related to other plans that have been successful, and they were talking the other day at their meeting, or last week at their meeting, about worldwide plans that have been successful that have similarities with the Mediterranean climate. And it would be awesome to get you guys together. I believe they're coming.
We provide the staff for the Independent Science Board. They sit in the office. The chair of the Independent Science Board is sitting right in the back. Right there.
There you are. I thought you left already.
And so it's not as if that hasn't come up. As a matter of fact, in our Delta lead scientist staff report of 2 months ago, he identified 4 potential areas where scientific opinion thought we might benefit. The Chesapeake was one, and I forget the other 3 that he mentioned. And I think they're probably more than that. Nothing's quite identical.
Right.
But
similarities and successes.
Yeah.
Right. And
well, at least they're examples. We hope they're successes.
Operating, managing, being managed. So, examples. But it would be, I believe they're coming to that meeting in January, prepared with a lot of that too. So that's when I get to hear them and learn. But this has been fascinating for me.
Okay.
Thank you,
ma'am.
And I may add that science will be helping us. We'll be working with the science staff, obviously.
Right.
And there'll be appendices to the Delta Plan, and some of those things could be in the appendices.
Okay, good. Mr. Rockwell, you got two forms from you. Well, you put one in for Mr. Zuckerman, right?
No, I would never pretend to speak for Mr. Zuckerman. It's just that I had 2 questions and I couldn't fit them in on one form.
Okay.
A couple of comments. One is I would like to agree a little bit with Joseph Minton on a couple of things, and one of them is the issue of phasing. I think that's an important aspect of this, how things get phased in over time, since we're talking about a lot of years, and arguably I think some substantive changes, and some of which may be difficult for isolated communities. So an example of what I'm talking about, just to make it real world, would be one of the Environmental Water Caucus's recommendations, which is toxic water land drainage issues. And if land is going to be retired, which has been talked about and discussed and recommended even from the Bureau, that doesn't have to be something that necessarily happens tomorrow or within the first 5 years, and it could be something that's well planned over time for a 20-year period. So, I think there's a confrontational aspect to that kind of thing that says, you're not going to throw me out of my land right now because you want to take it out of production. But there may be a way over time of working with landowners to move that forward in a basis that works for them as well as for the system. So I think that is an example of what I think is important around phasing. Then I had a question on the executive summary where it says achieving the co-equal goals for the Delta. And what came up in my mind is, how does water reliability fit into that? Because this sentence seems to imply that it's only water reliability for the Delta, but I don't necessarily think that's the case. So somehow in that we have to articulate, I think, that water reliability extends beyond the borders of the Delta. And then one question that I had has to do with, on page 2, development and evaluation of the Delta Plan alternatives. And the Environmental Water Caucus is trying to develop a document for you to start off at least our concepts of what we think is an alternative. And I wanted to know, in your opinion, what level of completeness of that do you want to see? Are we talking, I mean, we could come in with some recommendations on water system functions or changes in the way water reliability occurs, but do you also want to see some sort of comment on an alternative conveyance system or anything like that?
I'll give you my answer, because I've had this conversation with a lot of people, and although I was teasing Mr. Zuckerman earlier about this, I think your chances of being successful on some of your arguments are increased immensely if you try to put ourselves in our shoes, take the law we're operating under, and give us your best judgment of a reasonable answer to each of the major provisions of the law that we're required to execute in order to achieve the co-equal goals, even if you disagree with one of them. For example, the facilities one you would probably disagree with. Might not, but you would probably. And the reason for that is, you know, politics is usually the business of everybody expressing their own isolated view, feeling that if they win every fight, democracy works, and if you don't win every fight, democracy is a failure, when the reality is complex rules, a law we have to implement, and the balancing of all of the duties we have is the most important thing. Mr. Minton and I have had that discussion many times where I tell them, come on, do the whole thing. And in fairness, you know, PCL came up with its smaller conveyance option as an alternative, grumpy as they were about reaching that conclusion. That's me personally. I'm not speaking for the council. We'll consider any idea, obviously, but it's the consolidating of all of the co-equal goals, the 8 legislative established objectives to reach it. There are a lot of other things in the law, of course, but those are the foundation, and organizations that bite the bullet and say, okay, we're going to have an environmental organization says, yes, we recognize that the economy of the state of California is really important, and that providing water to people and their activities is important statewide, not simply in the areas that I would prefer. That is a pretty good start. So I would encourage you to take the broad approach. I really would.
Okay.
That would be very helpful.
Good. That's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Okay, Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you. Well, actually, Mr. Rockwell and Mr. Minton did speak for me to some degree, because I wanted to make approximately the same point. As you know, and there are no new members of your group today, so I can't launch into my full spiel again. But the biggest problem in this whole scenario that to us is that at some point we're going to have to decide what the exportable yield of the Delta is. And I do not believe we know that. And I don't think we can make hard decisions about facilities knowing what the best way to do that is until we have a pretty good idea what that quantity of water is and when it occurs and in what capacities we need to be prepared to deal with it in different months of different types of years. So I think there is a lot of wisdom in this idea of a staged or a phased approach from your point of view, and doing what you can today to meet the co-equal goals without the ultimate solutions, but building towards the knowledge base and the understanding of what types of facilities you will eventually need in order to maximize the situation. Not being a guns or butter type thing, but guns and butter if you can. I remember Joe, when he first came to somewhere, started talking about the remodeling process that he was doing on his houses down in the Inland Empire and the importance of having a good foundation. And that's what I'm really urging here, is that you don't leap to the conclusion of whether you're going to have a tile roof or shingles until you have an understanding of what it is you're going to be trying to deal with.
Tom, I think that's important. I think it happened earlier today before you came in. I don't know if you were here for the science presentation. The exchange that Pat Johnston had with Dr. Mueller-Schulger, and she kind of blurted out, in answer, can't you get everything? And she says, well, you're not God, referring to us. And that was a refreshingly candid statement of the limits to human ability to control the world. And your point on quantifying exports raises the same point to me, that counting fish and guaranteeing species level. To what extent can we honestly expect to guarantee any of that? There are things beyond the control of human beings that will change it dramatically. And where's the way to judge those things with some flexibility, as opposed to what everybody talks about in the water world, which, where are my legal guarantees?
Well, it's in sync, I think, is the answer to that, is to make your moves sequentially and understand the consequences of what you're doing. Every time we send a rocket out into space, we come back with a different fact that changes our mind about how the universe was created. That's a never-ending type of situation, and the system is constantly in a state of flux. But don't put all your eggs in that one basket, spend all your dough, and then say, geez, we wish we had it back because there's some other things that we now understand that we could have been doing at the same time. And so start sequentially, build on that, and don't get too many hard and fast conclusions until you have the experience and the science and the best thinking to support them.
What's right governance structure? We have all spent 150 years proving that we are not willing to trust anyone else on making decisions about water. At least that's my read of history. I don't see that changing anytime fast or soon. Although arguably you would think what scientists call adaptive management, others call operational management, or responsive management, the notion of designating people who do decide. You bind them not by specifics, measurable terms, but by goals and objectives and a balancing formula. But the politics of this business has rejected any attempt to do that over the years.
But there's a reason for that.
Well, sure.
That is that we've never attempted to deal with meeting the needs on an honest basis. We have to look at something more than the Delta here when we look at meeting the needs of the San Joaquin Valley or Southern California or the Bay Area. We have to look at all of these assets that we have available to us and work them all so that some of this water is going to be met, needs going to be met by recycling. Some of it's going to be met by groundwater recharge. Some of it's going to be met by conservation. Some of it's going to be met, a lot of it's going to be met in wet years from the Colorado River Basin and from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Basin. What we really need to figure out is how to have a balanced quiver of arrows so that we can get through all of these wet years and dry years with a supply that people need, and not just continue to work off this limited supply and figuring out who's going to take all the shortages. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that you don't work on a plan that meets the needs around the state. There has to be some reasonableness associated with all of them. You can't just take everybody's request at face value, but once you get down to what are your tools and what are the most efficient ways of spending limited resources in order to achieve those things, then you've got a plan. But if you're just looking at a Delta plan...
Well, we're not just looking at a Delta plan. Thus, all the fussing about the fact all the upstream people in the Delta watershed say, well, you can't tell us what to do. We don't have anything to do with the Delta. And all the people who export to the South say, well, you can't tell us what to do. We don't have anything to do with the Delta. And the fact of the matter is we all have something to do with the Delta.
Well, think of it in these terms. Look at the tremendous amount of the state's hydropower resources and cheaper power resources that we're using today to pump water over the Tehachapi's? Why not look at if there isn't a more reasonable way to devote those same power resources to doing desal or brackish water desal or recycling?
Now, Ms. Gray will sign up on that, but you're going to have to guarantee $25 billion of subsidy to Southern California to pay for all the new water sources if they get off the State Water Project, right? $25 billion ought to wrap it up for you? Yeah.
I'll write the guarantee. You may have a little trouble collecting.
Yeah, I would verify the accounts even with Mr. Zuckerman before I deposited the check.
But there are resources that we're devoting to this thing that we may need to reallocate.
Well, I understand that. I'm also interested in your, you didn't say it phasing, you didn't say it linkage, but it's the triggering, one thing triggers another. There is something about that which is the notion that in an arena full of no trust, relatively early small steps may ultimately lead to a more collaborative process of making bigger decisions. And I don't mean the CalFed stuff where roll some money out and hope for the best. It's the decision-making process. Any thoughts you have on that would be interesting, because that's the kind of stuff that, you know, we've off and on talked about. Just
the positive version of mutual assured destruction, whatever the
there is the positive version of mutually assured destruction.
Well, you can build trust in this process, or you can destroy trust.
Right.
And what I'm suggesting is that you adopt a process that builds trust amongst the participants as you go along. And I don't need to give you a lecture on that. You spent most of your career in that.
You have many times before. There's no reason you shouldn't do it now, too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Supervisor.
Yeah, well, I think just the last point, and you know, kind of gets beyond certainly the plan, but I think it's, you know, certainly working from some basis of trust, and you know, that starts somewhere, and if it starts with the right foundation, you can take you a long ways. And I did like the one comment too, just, you know, approaching this task and starting to plan with a dose of humility. I think that is good guidance for lots of things we do in life. But I think that as serious as this issue is, and the undertaking and what we're about here, because of the charge that's been given, I think that could go a long way, certainly as we go through the months ahead with all the stresses that come into all the technical and writing aspects of this and all the conversations and probably very lively discussions that will occur both in this realm but outside of here. But I think that serves as good guidance for all of us, and certainly with the task we have that lies ahead. I just wanted to comment, too, that because it's been talked about this afternoon a bit, and it's the challenge, obviously, of trying to have a plan done in just a little over 12 months. And that is just as relates to the economic sustainability plan for the commission, and certainly the strategic plan for the Conservancy, which I'm not a member, and some of the other efforts that are underway. And I guess my comment to that would be that we're certainly going to do our best at the commission level, working with consultants that have, you know, aren't going to have on board till probably late January on the sustainability plan. And I would just kind of put a footnote today, because this may come into greater focus, you know, in the spring and as we're working on the Delta plan. And I don't want, from the standpoint of that product, or certainly the product that we're talking about here today, the Delta plan, to have the quality or the relevance compromised by the time being the driver. Time is a driver. It's going to keep us on task. It's going to, you know, it's going to push us to limits. But again, it's called out for in the legislation. I recognize that, but you know, the quality of the product and certainly the relevancy of it, and recognize it may be a snapshot in time and or something that will be very lasting, because I believe this plan is going to be something that's going to be long standing, and yeah, it can be amended and so forth. But you know, this first cut, when the plan is you know, put before this body for ultimate adoption, it's going to have a long standing effect. And so I just want to put that caution out there from the standpoint of what the Commission will be bringing forward in the sustainability plan, because it's relevant to this work. It's going to be important. I'm hopeful that it will be informative, but also that good parts will be incorporated. But the other thing I will remind my colleagues here, and certainly stay on task, is that, you know, we want to have a quality product, one that's going to have be contributing, but also be a part of that long-lasting effect that this plan is ultimately going to have, I believe. So I just want to note that.
I actually thought a little bit about the point. I mean, on the economic sustainability plan, for example, I think it's reasonably clear we'll get a preliminary out of the Delta Protection Commission, but I'm also reasonably clear that you're not going to be able to get everything you want in that preliminary. The statute requires us to review the Delta plan every 5 years, but gives us the power to review it, and I don't think it says in whole or in part, but gives us the power to review it at any time. And it strikes me, particularly with the governmentally authorized or mandated plans, where it's clear that the bodies are running up against deadlines that you'd actually like to fulfill, but you didn't get started until we got started and all that. We're probably going to wind up completing the Delta plan and having a date set for an amendment or a review process of, say, the economic sustainability. I don't know what the details. I use that only as an illustration. I think the Delta Protection Commission is best situated for that kind of an approach, because you've been around for 17 years, the people are familiar with each other, you've done earlier versions of it, and you're more likely to have the finished product by the early part of 2012. I don't think some of the other plans are farther off, but that's not a bad pattern to think about as we approach the issue.
No, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Okay. Gwen, enough reactions and comments at this time, I think, on the outline, and we'll look at another one in January, I assume, right?
Yes.
Or whenever.
Yes.
Yeah. Felicia?
Just I guess I can go back to the calendar I'd actually tried. Your first cut at alternatives will be
in the first part will be in February. And we'll
good.
have
So after scoping.
After scoping,
that's
absolutely.
Good.
Okay. Anything else on the outline? Okay. Proceed as apace on the outline. You wanted to mention the comment matrix to us, I think.
Right. We did have the comment matrix.
Members, this is attachment 4, item 9, attachment 4.
Right. Not too much we did have a number of comments on the notice of preparation, and we included the resolution of those comments as we went forward in preparing the notice of preparation to make those minor changes as we discussed at last council meeting. I think the only other thing is to assure you that one of the things that will happen, actually Monday, is that we're going to take the whole database and parse it up amongst the different parts to give to the different team members that are writing this.
Am I correct that you're assuming you're going to save 17 separate copies before you start reassembling it? Just in the case we lose the database in transition?
There are already multiple copies.
Thank you.
There's a new copy every month.
Good.
And then there's the copy on my hard drive, and then the one that goes there.
I don't want to horrify you, and probably won't, but Ms. Buchholz has been explaining to me periodically of the record-keeping process involved in this, including the specific EIR stuff as the pace goes up. And I'm almost forced to feel sorry for her, in spite of my usual role of saying the deadlines can't be modified and so on. It's a horrendous job.
With that, may I do make a little advertisement? We will be monitoring. We have right now. We've been receiving comments on white papers and the NOPs and everything else at the email address of deltacouncil.ca.gov. We have established a separate email address for the scoping. We will be monitoring the others, obviously, but we do have a Delta plan scoping at deltacouncil.ca.gov. So we're trying to separate those out and open that up during the scoping process.
And this new data format would allow somebody to see, we hope, all the comments related to the Delta plan or the version organized by themselves as opposed to our current format. How are you going to handle the letters that raise 17 different points on different things? File them repetitively time under different sections?
Yes,
yeah,
that's how you do it. That's how we do it now in the current version. Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Okay. The last is the latest version, the December 6th version of the Delta Plan and EIR schedule. Did you want to go over that with us too? This is attachment 5, members. Attachment 5.
Find it here in my pile of papers.
They're not major changes from the last one, but it's useful to remind ourselves of all of this.
Right. I think, let me just focus again. We're really focusing in on most of our deliverables will be coming in February. And in January, for the January meetings, we're looking at, those are our scoping meetings. So we're going to be focused on that, and we'll be responding to the comments that you had today. And then starting in February, we'll start bringing in the existing conditions chapters of the EIR, the list of EIR alternatives. Also, in that includes the assumptions for the no action alternative, cumulative impacts. We'll also have, as we've said, the first draft of the Delta Plan. So all of that is being posted on February 14th. It'll be a banner day. So
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
We started out on April's Fool Day with our first meeting, yes.
That's right.
And up to after that, nothing has changed on the from March through December. Again, we're trying to get the concept is to publish our draft EIR and the draft Delta Plan for the formal public comments program by mid-June, and so that we can have a final draft EIR and final Delta Plan by November of 2011, so that it can be adopted and completed in accordance with statutory guideline. So I'm here to answer any questions, per se.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just a quick question, and maybe this is for legal counsel as well. If at the scoping meetings you have, by way of attendance, a quorum of members of the Stewardship Council meeting, do you need to notice those, even though we're not going to be sitting in session? But if at one of the sessions you have 4 of us, for example, that choose to be there, is that problematic in any way?
Is that even a hypothetical? Are we?
Oh, yes, it is.
Is it?
Council members are astonishingly thinking of attending a lot of these meetings.
I'm glad you brought up the issue. It's publicly noticed now. It's not publicly noticed as a council meeting, so we'll definitely take a look at that.
We'll take a look at it. There are advantages or disadvantages to calling it a council meeting.
Right.
I have no preference myself.
And typically, even if you hold a workshop, if you have a quorum present and it's a subject matter within your jurisdiction, just to be out of an abundance of caution, you agendize it or put something out. But we'll definitely take a look at that. I wasn't aware that we were contemplating having up to 4 members.
Well, it's just we are in such a short time frame that the more of it we can actually hear ourselves, the better it is, because then we're just real time taking it in.
Yep.
The thing I remember from the meetings that weren't formal meetings on the bodies I was on was that if you did have 4, we had to be very conscious about not talking to each other about anything other than lunch, pretty much. Right? I mean, that's the alternative.
I'd rather have a meeting where I could say hi to you, Okay. All right, you guys think about that and give us advice on what you want to do. All right. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak to the council on any matters not on the agenda or not yet heard? Okay, tomorrow morning, precisely at 9 o'clock, we're going to start. The 2 agenda items are, first, the delicious BDCP report, Arcadis comments, general bemusing war stories, press reports, all that. And then we immediately go to the water resources white paper, which is pithy, and members take a look at it again before tomorrow. It is worth your time and attention. Ms. Buchholz, any other suggestions for us overnight? Okay, 3:30. Meeting is adjourned until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.